We're gonna get going here. Cha 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 cha. Where's my other window? There we go. All right, now we're cooking with Crisco. Okay, that looks good. That's all set up. Okay, now we just wait for everybody to show up. Gotta wait for everybody to show up. Hello, Joseph. How's it going? Hello, Master Millions. How's it going? Oh, my. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. My nose is peeling again. I don't know why I'm not exposed to any sunlight. Whatever. Hi, Stranded J. Hello, Ben. Finally beat Demon Souls and platted on PS5. I only beat one boss because then 8th took it and I haven't seen it since. So I have been playing Cyberpunk. Hi, Tango. Hi, Nick. We'll be getting started in about 5 minutes. Oh, that's so nice. So nice. So nice. What a time to be alive. Thought you were going to wait for the PS5 version. Well, I was. And then I got a deal on the PS4 version that I couldn't refuse, so I've just been playing it on PS5. Haven't had any problems with it. Runs 60 frames per second. You know, had your usual Havoc physics issues, and I've had maybe 2 crashes out of over 20 hours that I've got in it so far. Hi, Master Chief. I don't care that PSN took it off. If it was performing that bad for regular PS4 users, then, fine. It shouldn't have been approved to be released on the system in the first place. But I have it physical, and I'm still playing it. I played it for several hours today. I'd still be playing it now, were it not for me coming on here to do the 7thCast, because I know that I'm not going to be doing it next Saturday because it's holiday weekend. So, is what it is. I don't like being off air 2 weeks in a row. Have you seen the new Nintendo Direct about Super Nintendo Land? Yeah, I watched it with Miyamoto. It actually reminded me of the episodes of, or the little things on ABC that Walt Disney did back in the 50s when he was opening Disneyland and he was taking everybody through a tour of the park and everything. Miyamoto had that kind of same energy going on. So he was like a Japanese Disney leading everybody through his park. And I'm sure that was intentional. Hello, Ultra Steel. Hi, Shadow. Do you think CD Projekt Red has fallen bad? Well, their stock certainly has. Their owners have lost like $1 billion. I mean, sure, the game already made $500 million, but, their stock was a stock loss of like $1 billion. That's a political question, Shadow. You know better. We'll be starting in 2 minutes. 2-minute warning. If you're wondering what that pile of trash is right there, that's how high the boxes have been stacked from where stuff I bought 8th for Christmas has arrived. So, yeah. Yeah. Does 8th like Uncharted? Yeah, he's platted all 4 of them. The only one that he hasn't platted, he didn't plat the one for Vita, and he hasn't platted Lost Legacy. But the 4 main games he's platted all. Well, no, He hasn't platted one of them, I think. Not sure. I'm not sure. I know he's platted at least a couple of them. How do you get over a Q? Woman. How did you mistype woman as Q? I mean, I can tell you how I did it, but you're going to have to wait for the show to start. Did you buy it on Amazon or eBay? What? Cyberpunk? I bought it on Amazon. Did you see the armor of God of War and Shadow of the Colossus, Ghost of Tsushima? I haven't been playing it. Eighth has been playing it. How come you vape? Because I like it. 1 minute till we start. How come you vape? It's a political statement. I do it because I like it. No, I don't think a Vita 2 is coming. Anyway. All right, so it's 6 o'clock. It's Saturday, December 19th, 2020, and this is the 7th Cast. As always, I'm your venerable host, your friendly neighborhood 7th. Eighth is off in his room doing eighth things. I'm not sure what he's playing today, but I'm sure he's playing something. I don't have a whole lot set to discuss today because it's getting close to holidays, and that's what's predominantly on my mind. I am now officially 46 years old. My birthday has come to pass. I am now officially closer to 50 than I am to 40, which is depressing, but it is what it is. I, of course, received no birthday presents, so, Anyway, as you all know, this is a 3-hour podcast. It runs from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Central. This can be extended by donation. $50 in total donations gets you to 10 o'clock. $75 gets you to 11, and anything 100 and up gets you a 6-hour stream through midnight Central Time. Moving along. Let's see. What else do we want to talk about today? It's already past, Shadow. I'm not giving out my birth date, but it happened this month. Let's see. So last night I watched a movie. And that movie was called Fatman. And Fatman stars Mel Gibson as Santa Claus. But it's unlike any Santa Claus you've ever seen. It's like the Coen brothers sat down and said, let's make a Santa Claus movie. It's very surreal, but yet still has chunks of Christmas spirit in it. There are shootouts. Santa Claus at one point wields a gun in each hand. There are murders. Blood and guts. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It was quite entertaining. I really enjoyed it. I would have liked a little bit of a better ending. I mean, the ending was fine. It's just the way that it was done, because it just kind of cuts off, and I was expecting, like one more little denouement about something. And instead, they just kind of walk away from the camera and it cuts off and it's done. So, the ending was kind of a shock to the system, because you expected one more little line or one more little segue over to something else, maybe, potential for a sequel or something, and it just cuts off. But I was thoroughly entertained. It was so good. Mel Gibson was great. And I just really, really enjoyed it. The actress who played Mrs. Claus was fantastic. The way and of course some of this was because of their budget, but it's a very grounded film. You never see him flying around in a sleigh. You never see magical pixie dust everywhere. The elves are just really short people with pointy ears. They're not tiny little CG people like in the Christmas Chronicles movies on Netflix. And it has a paid assassin in it who's been paid to kill Santa Claus. Holy crap. It's good. I don't know what else to say. It was good in that Coen Brothers really dark comedy kind of way. I don't know how else to describe it. I had so much fun watching it. It was really, really good. I'm still playing Cyberpunk. Still playing it on PS4. I've had 2 crashes since I started. I'm 20-something hours in. I just finished the mission where you had to go to the Tokyo parade or whatever. The Tokyo Town Parade. That being said, I also have been doing a whole bunch of side missions instead of following the main story. So, you can get to those stories quite quickly. This is not a political stream, and it is also not a try to discourage 7th from vaping when 7th has been vaping since 2010. I've been vaping for 10 years. If something was going to happen to me, it would have happened by now. I'd have emphysema or something. Or popcorn lung. And as you can see, my lung feels great. Got Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I haven't played since Assassin's Creed 2. Okay. Let's see. Do you have a favorite Christmas jingle? I like the song from the Rankin Bass Santa Claus short where it had like Heat Miser and Snow Miser or Cold Miser or whatever his name was. That starts out with a dun 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 dun, and I'm Mr. Heat Miser. And that I don't know why, but I love that one. And little side story, I used to annoy the crap out of 8th when he was younger, because I would just randomly follow him around through the house during Christmas time going, ba-dum bum bum, ba-dum bum bum. It used to bug the shit out of him. It's just me, It's just how I am. You should check out The Pathless. That's one that I got 8th for Christmas. He just doesn't know that yet. Are you interested in Wonder Woman 84? I'm going to watch it, but it looks like a train wreck. It looks absolutely atrocious. It looks like it's really going to suck. So, we shall see. I shall be watching it at some point on Christmas Day. Seventh, did you see the Lego Star Wars Holidays? Yes, I watched it and it was atrocious. Do you have a good video game suggestion for PSP? Well, it depends on what kind of games you're into. I have like 70-something PSP games. Did I watch The Mandalorian? Yes, I did. The season 2 finale of Mandalorian was fantastic. I mean, the total fan service that was in that episode was so satisfying. Finally confirming the long-held rumor that, Jar Jar Binks was actually a Sith Lord the whole time. Who saw that coming? I was totally shocked. I would recommend people, if they don't have an Xbox Series X or a very high-end PC or a PS5, to avoid Cyberpunk until they have upgraded their hardware. If all you have is an OG Xbox or a PS4, Do not bother. Do not waste your time. Because I assure you, it is not worth it. On PS5, it's great. I've had a lot of fun with it. There's a little scene in it that is a direct, straight up reference to the Matrix films, where Johnny Silverhand, Keanu Reeves' character, completely takes over the whole scene. And he's basically bar hopping all over town. And at one point, he ends up in this club, and there's a drug dealer there. And he sits down, and he's like, "What do you got for me?" And the drug dealer opens up his hands, and he's holding a red pill and a blue pill. And you can either choose to pick one or the other, or if under certain circumstances, Keanu Reeves will make a joke about taking both or something, if I remember right. Because the scene played out slightly different for 8th than it did for me, based on his description of it. But it's a Matrix reference, and there's little nods here and there throughout it. Like I found the General Lee a couple of days ago. If you follow me on Twitter, I use photo mode to take a picture. I went and found a place where I could launch the General Lee into the air, and I sent it flying. Paused it, went into photo mode, took a picture of it, so it looked like it was just almost straight out of the Dukes of Hazzard, and the car is just flying through the air. Hi, Juggernauts. What's a game that you think is a must-have for PSP? The God of War games. And let's see here. Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII, and a bunch of RPGs that I can't sit and bring to memory right now. But yeah, because I left my phone. I have my whole game list on my phone in an app, and so I could have rattled off some for you. Jackster is a good platformer. It's a spin-off from Jak and Daxter. The actual Jak and Daxter game for PSP, though, is just kind of so-so. But the Daxter game's pretty good. I could read off a whole list of stuff that you'd want to have for it, but I don't have my phone on me right now. Yeah, PS5s are not easy to come by right now. Not easy to come by at all. I am fortunate that I snagged one for myself and that my buddy Brian helped me snag one for 8th. Very fortunate. Oh, the other thing is today was officially the first day of my 18-day Christmas break. I am off 17 more days. I don't go back to work until January 6th, I think. I'm very happy about that. I have needed a good long break for all year. I had a little one in November that was maybe 6 or 7 days long. And I had one in September that was about the same, about 6 or 7 days long. I get three weeks of paid vacation a year. And I always time it around holidays and weekends so that I have as many consecutive days off in a row as I can manage. So I timed my break where, because of Christmas and New Year's, I have 18 straight days off. But only a handful of those are actually paid days or paid vacation days. 3 of them are holiday paid days. And then you have, like 4 or 5 weekend days, 4 or 6 weekend days mixed into that. And then the rest of it is actually paid vacation days that I took off. So nice big long break. Camped for 8 hours. I would not have camped for a system. Thoughts on Paper Mario? Never been a big fan. I wanted Super Mario RPG to become a series, and instead we got Paper Mario, and now Paper Mario sucks. The most recent one, I haven't played it personally, but people that have been long-standing fans of it don't seem to like it. 8th making an appearance in the chat. He must be bored. Another one of 8th's Christmas presents came today. I have it tucked away in the closet over there. All of his Christmas presents are in that closet. He has not made a single effort to sneak in here and look at any of it. That's my boy. Thoughts on The Last of Us 2 Game of the Year? It didn't deserve it. It did not deserve it. For one of a dozen reasons. Most of which I cited in my review. Should have been Ghost of Tsushima. It should have either been Ghost of Tsushima or Hades. Now, I haven't gotten to play Hades, but I have several friends who do play it and absolutely adore it. And so, you know, from the different camps that I peruse on the internet, from the PlayStation guys, the Switch guys, the PC guys, all I've really been hearing about since the summer was either Ghost of Tsushima, focus camera. What's the matter with you, camera? Ghost of Tsushima or Hades is what I've been hearing about the most. Shadow Diaz, $25. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. And let me tell you why I appreciate that. You'll remember last week I was telling you guys that donations were going to go towards a new solution for streaming and recording retro games. An emulation machine, since I never ended up getting the Polymega. Well, I found one. And the downside to it was it had to be shipped from China. I am thoroughly going to disinfect this thing when it gets here. But because it would ship from China, it was going to be not showing up until either mid-January or early February. And I didn't want to wait until I had raised the money to buy it, because that could have put me into anywhere between May to June before it would get here. Like half the year. You're awesome, Seven. Thank you, Shadow. I appreciate it. So I charged it to my credit card, which I hate doing because I'd gotten my credit card bill down a lot. I hate putting anything back on it, but I went ahead and charged it. It was $100 plus shipping, and it's an Android-based emulation machine that's got 40-something thousand games on it, including every NES, every SNES, Genesis, Master System, all the MAME games. It has all that on it, so I'll be able to start doing retro streaming without putting any additional wear and tear on my actual collection. But this... I need to mute my speakers because you're going to get an echo of that. Thank you for the $1, Ultra Steel. That puts us up to 26. This money is going to go towards, paying that $100 and whatever off of the credit card that I just put on it for this streaming device. And we'll just consider that my birthday present from you guys. Let's see. I appreciate that, though. 25 and $1, 26. I appreciate it, guys. You get a dollar bill, y'all. Okay. Let's see here. Will we see Ghost of Tsushima 2? I don't know. I would imagine not. Because they'd have to be diverging from history a lot. I mean, they already have, because, Tsushima fell. So because of the fact that they're not following history anyway, really, they're doing like an alt history. I suppose you could see the ghost going to mainland Japan. We shall see. We shall see. Disinfect sounds like you're a little paranoid. No, I'm just not taking any chances. I'm not taking any chances. When I order something from Amazon and they deliver it to the house, they say that the coof can stay on surfaces for an extended period of time. So I bring it in, I wipe it down before I open it. I ain't taking any chances. I've made it since March 3rd without catching it. 8th has made it since March 3rd without catching it. And we're not going to start now. Let's see here. Can you link the console? Want to buy one? What is it called? Let me see. You can buy it from multiple different places. I went on YouTube and just did a search for good retro clone consoles for streaming, and it came up. It's called the Super Console X. It looks kind of like a Super Famicom. Super Console X. You can buy them on Amazon, but they're still shipped from China. So, there you go. Let's see. Is the Polymega never coming out? Well, last time I heard it was being delayed to March 31st. I would still like to have one if it actually came out. But even if it does come out, I'm not going to rush out and spend the $800 that it's going to cost to buy it all. I'm going to sit and watch it and see how the actual units hold up. I'll be watching YouTube to see, my console bricked 2 days after I bought it, blah, blah, blah. And we'll see then. Uh-oh. Magic powers. Thoughts on Assassin's Creed Valhalla? Meh. Okay. Do you hope the sequel to Breath of the Wild is very dark like Twilight Princess or Majora's? I don't care. I didn't play Breath of the Wild. I still haven't played Breath of the Wild. 8th played it. Lord 7th, working overtime but listening away and dropping that like. Thank you, Jesse. Where's my copy of 1? Hey, Alex, how's it going, sir? Do you think Naughty Dog is going to take a break from The Last of Us because of the negative feedback? I kind of doubt it now that Druckmann is the president. I'm sure they're already in pre-production on The Last of Us 3. Hey, 7th, how do I donate to you? You have 2 different ways. One is this link up here. Right here, across the top of the bar here. That way, anything that's donated there, I get it the same day, and I get all of it, short of a couple of cents. The other way is to use the little gray button with the $sign on it, the super chat button built into YouTube. But if you use that, YouTube keeps 30% of it, and I don't get the rest of it for a month. So this way is always the best way. Streamlabs 7th level reviews. That's always the best way. In fact, I'll put it right here. Hold on a second. There you go. There you go. Let's see. Any idea why no one in Hollywood has come close to Walt Disney's success and admiration? Well, Walt Disney wasn't just a movie maker. He was a lot of different things. And so most of the folks in Hollywood, they're either a actor and a producer, or a director and a producer, or just a producer, or just one of the others. And so when I think of Walt Disney and Hollywood specifically, I think of names like Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, but neither of them were multimedia titans like Walt Disney was. Walt Disney had his hands in so many different egg baskets, so to speak. And whereas George Lucas helped pioneer new effects in film and new ways of filming things, and so did Spielberg. Not on the level that Walt Disney did what he did. So, what can you say? He's just one of those. He's one of those people that'll never be replicated. There are a handful of them out there. I have more games to add to your box if you want to choose anything from it, and I'm asking someone about a 5200 that just got. Need to see if it has 4 controller ports. Okay. I appreciate that, Jesse. I mean, I'm not really all that concerned with the number of controller ports. It's mainly just that it's in good condition. It doesn't have to be boxed. That would be a plus. I just don't want one. I want one that works, and I want one that's not like busted up, scraped up all to hell. Have you tried? Do you like weed? No, I don't smoke weed. I did at one time in my life, but not anymore. Not since well before 8th was born. 7th, have you tried the game Vigor? No. What is the hardest game you ever beat? Is there a game so hard that you and 8th can't beat it? The hardest game you ever beat? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of relative to the time. Like, I beat Ninja Gaiden back in the day, and it took me a year to beat it. It took me a year to master it. And now, I haven't beat it in over 20 years, but when I sit down to play it, I can still make it through like the first 4 or 5 levels without dying, just zipping through it. So what used to be super hard when I first started playing it isn't so hard now, especially considering that I can get that far and I'm completely out of practice with it. I at one point thought that Uncharted 2 on crushing mode was extremely difficult. But as far as one that I've never beat, I don't know. Most of the games that I don't beat isn't because of the difficulty, but simply because they're not entertaining enough to maintain my focus on them. Hello, 16-bit Pete. How's it going? How's it going, sir? 7th, do you think comedy is dead in the modern age due to many people being uncomfortable over everything? Well, you don't exactly see movies like The Hangover being made anymore, do you? Have you played, unless they're like straight to video, and those 9 times out of 10 suck. Have you played Escape from Tarkov? No. Have you or 8th beat Sekiro? 8th beat it. I have not. I played it for a little bit. I just barely beat Nemesis Final Form on Nightmare mode. I doubt I'll beat it on Inferno mode. Do you think fast reflexes are necessary for fighting? Well, absolutely. Do you think horror films are dead? The kind of horror films that I grew up on are dead, short of like direct-to-video stuff. I mean, you don't see stuff. The only place that you see stuff like Nightmare on Elm Street or Friday the 13th is direct-to-video stuff like Hatchet and that kind of thing. What would you say are the biggest flops in the movie, music, and game industry, if any? One of the biggest movie flops of all time was a movie called Heaven's Gate. It was a Western. Lost massive amounts of money. Financially, not artistically, but financially, John Carter was a big flop. As far as video games, flops in video games, the first one that always comes to mind for me is Daikatana. Because they hyped the hell out of that game for years. And then it finally came out and it was a big pile of crap. Mass Effect Andromeda. Big pile of crap. ActRaiser 2. Big pile of crap. I could go on. Now, I'm a little bit old for Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Shadow. I mean, come on. I've sat through several of the movies because Eighth was into him when he was, a kid. But, they're not something that I would have ever watched had I not have been the dad of a sub 10-year-old at the time that they came out. What's your favorite Star Trek movie? Wrath of Khan. Do you watch Death Battle? No. I've watched a couple of them because Eighth has had me sit and watch a couple of them with him, like Superman versus Goku and a couple of others. What's your favorite and least favorite Harry Potter movie? My favorite is Prisoner of Azkaban. Least favorite would probably be probably Order of the Phoenix, simply because I cannot stand that Umbridge woman. She reminds me of my second grade teacher, and I can't stand her. Do you like the movie Babe? Babe the Pig or the one about Babe Ruth? I like the Babe Ruth one, not so much the pig. Anthem is another flop, yes. What was the easiest final boss ever? I'd vote for the final boss of Fable 2. Well, actually, some of the easiest bosses in gaming are the bosses to the original Ninja Gaiden. Because if you have the slash weapon, the spinning slash weapon, you can literally run into the room, jump in the air and slash, and kill them in one hit. The vast majority of the bosses of that game, you can kill them in one hit. Unfortunately, I did not know this when I first bought it as a teenager and took a year to master it. I did not know that at the time. I had never tried it. At the time, I thought that add-on was fairly useless, except for getting through some of the platforming areas. How wrong I was! Having that weapon is kind of a must-have for several of the boss fights. Because it makes it makes them much easier. And you don't have to worry about learning their patterns so much. You just run up, slash, it's done. I also don't like Order of the Phoenix because they killed Sirius Black off. And he, Gary Oldman's a tremendous actor. I love Gary Oldman. And so I was not a fan of the choice to kill him off. It's like, we don't want Harry to have any family, ever. So we're going to make them all dead. Even ones that aren't really family. We're going to make them all dead. Until he gets married and cranks out a couple kids. I did not like the fact that they killed his character off. I wanted to see Sirius Black in the Battle of Hogwarts. That's what I wanted to see, and I didn't get it. What was the last thing you said to your ex-wife when she sold your OG the last thing I said to her when she sold it? I don't think I said anything. I was so mad I knew I was going to say something that was just going to cause a big shitstorm. And so I just looked at her for a minute and I reached out my hand and took the money that she made from it. And I walked into the house and I didn't say a word. I just took the money and walked. And immediately after we divorced and I had kicked her out, one of the first things, the first thing I did was I went and got a new tattoo. The second thing that I did was I went to a retro GameStop and I bought an NES. You got to realize the yard sale happened in 2004. We got divorced in 2009. So I tried to put up with it for five more years for Eighth's sake. But it got to the point where I just couldn't take it anymore. She had to go. Who would win in a fight between Nathan Drake and Ellie? You would think Nathan Drake, but then again, they had him getting his ass kicked by Nadine in 4. So yes, only the original trilogy of Uncharted is actually good. Uncharted 4's gameplay is fine, its graphics are fine, its story is crap. Hey, 7th, I entered that link into Google and all that came up was your Woovit page. I don't have a Woovit page. I'm on my phone, by the way. I don't know that link will work on a phone. You might need to go to a computer. But I don't have a Woovit page. If I'm on something called Woovit, then it's some kind of weird automatic thing that steals links from YouTube or something. Like I said, you can also use the gray button with the $sign on it down in the chat, but I won't get that for a month. Well, I do know that the system, the PS5 Master Millions, the PS5 that has a disc drive, sold way better than the all-digital unit did. That being said, industry-wide, games are mostly 75% of them are digital now. So, do you think The Exorcist was ahead of its time when it came out? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Way ahead of its time. Did you give The Moving Company a bad review? I tried to, but they didn't have a site where you could go and do it. Because they were such a small company, they didn't actually show up on any of it. Seventh, do you like Poltergeist? I love Poltergeist. There are aspects of the remake that I like. Like when they go through the door in the girl's closet upstairs and they're in like the other side. I liked the way they portrayed that with the effect. You know, it was a cool effect. I liked it. So there are elements of the remake that I like. Just not nearly as many as elements that I don't like. For example, I think Sam Rockwell is a great actor, but he just didn't carry the role of the father the way the original actor did. You know, it didn't have the level of humor and humanity to it. Sam Rockwell played that character almost like he was detached from what was going on around him. I don't know where Tokes is tonight. When do you think Exorcist should have come out? It feels like something that would have come out like in the late 80s, early 90s. In a lot of ways. In some ways, it still has kind of an old-fashioned 70s vibe to it, but a lot of the things that they did in that film were just way ahead of what was coming, horror-wise, coming to theaters back then. Are you looking forward to Spider-Man 2 on PS5? I'm more excited for the next God of War. Thoughts on the whole Cyberpunk debacle? I kind of already talked about it. Anyone that bought it on Xbox One or PS4 absolutely deserve a refund because it's a broken pile of crap. But the PS4 version on PS5 runs just fine. and runs at 60 frames per second and looks pretty damn sharp. So, kind of depends. Have you tried intermittent fasting? Yes. The Amityville Horror versus Poltergeist. I like Poltergeist better. Amityville Horror has not aged very well. Some of its effects, whereas you can watch Poltergeist, and yes, the effects are dated, but they're still effective. There's effects in Amityville Horror that are just bad. I never debated Next Gen 720. I just responded to him a few times, and he accused me of being insane and then blocked me. My copy of Cyberpunk runs just fine on PS4 Pro after the required patch download. Thoughts on Alfred Molina's Dr. Octopus? Great performance. I'm glad they're bringing him back. Do you think we'll see a God of War movie or show? I think that'll depend entirely on how well the Uncharted movie does. If the Uncharted movie flops or it sucks, we're less likely to see a God of War movie come out. What's your thoughts on the phony people? I think about them as little as possible. I don't like to be around fake people. I don't have any patience for people like that. What are you drinking? Same thing I drink every 7thCast. It's Jack Daniel's Blackjack Soda. Same thing I drink every Saturday, Justin. Every Saturday. Every Saturday. Oop doo doo doo. A doo ba doo doo doo. I love this little knife. Cats or dogs? Dogs. Can't stand cats. I'm not allergic to them or anything. I just don't like them. And by I don't like them, I don't mean I hate them or anything. I'm just not a cat person. Is the Last of Us movie still happening? I don't know, and I don't care. Last I heard, they were making it into a mini-series on HBO. Uncharted could still flop because anyone who's not into video games wouldn't necessarily know what Uncharted is. Do you think that Hogwarts game will be good? I'm hoping so. $5 from She's Mine 23. Thank you. Appreciate the $5. 7th, who wins? 11 from Stranger Things or Pennywise? That's a hard one. That's a hard one because we really don't know the extent of 11's powers yet. Really don't know. But considering a bunch of non-powered people were able to defeat Pennywise, I'd say she has a pretty good shot. Did you like the Stranger films? Not especially. Nice shades. Thank you. They're Ray-Bans. These are my prescription glasses. These are not actual sunglasses. These are prescription glasses. I have light sensitivity issues, so I have to wear them all the time. What are your favorite foods? Mostly stuff I can't eat anymore, but, steak. Did you like any of the Ernest movies? I liked the first three. I liked Ernest Goes to Camp, Ernest Saves Christmas, which I actually just watched again yesterday, and Ernest Goes to Jail. I did not really care for Ernest Scared Stupid that much. I know a lot of people liked it. I didn't particularly care for it that much. And I didn't like any of the independent ones that he did after Disney dropped him. So like Ernest Goes to School, Ernest in Africa, and all that. I didn't like any of those. What's your opinion? I just talked about Cyberpunk. You're a little late to that party. Eighth, why do a lot of kids like Fortnite? I look at it and I just don't get it. I don't know if he's going to answer that question because Eighth doesn't really play Fortnite either. You going to use that nice knife as a razor, Seventh? No, I'm not. Thoughts on Awesome Possum? That's a terrible game. There was potential there and they squandered it. It's just not good. Let's see here. Tim Curry or Bill Skarsgård? I like both of them for different reasons. Those two different interpretations of the character are, on opposite ends of a spectrum. Saddest Star Wars death? The porg that Chewbacca cooked. I don't know. Why can't you eat steak? I can eat steak. It's just a lot of the stuff that goes with a steak, like, big loaded baked potato and stuff. I'm supposed to avoid starches because your body converts those to sugar. I'm not supposed to eat bread because your body converts it into sugar. There's so many things that you wouldn't think, well, that don't have any sugar at all, that turns into sugar when you eat it. Like spaghetti noodles. I can't eat spaghetti noodles because they turn into sugar when your body metabolizes it. Son of a... Who would win in a fight, Nadine or Ellie? Why would I care? Did you like My Name is Earl? I liked the first season of it, and then I got burnt out on it. Have you done a burnout in your Challenger? No, because I like my tires to last. Thoughts on Rocket Knight Adventure? It was a good game. It was a fun platformer. I have it. Ben Stiller or Adam Sandler? I like Adam Sandler. I know, but I do. Saddest Star Trek death? I would have to go with Spock. Seventh, I think it's a travesty that the most delicious things in the world like pizza are bad for you. Agree, absolutely. In fact, me and Eighth were talking about the ending of The Wrath of Khan recently. Because there was some other movie that we had watched recently where it was kind of the same thing, where a character's impending doom was foreshadowed but didn't actually take place, only for that character to say, it was Avengers Endgame, when they show Tony slowly dying, stranded out in space, and she picks his body up and sets him in the chair. You think he's dead, but then it turns out he's not dead. And then he ends up dying at the end of the movie by sacrificing himself. Well, what happens in Star Trek 2? You see Spock get blown up at the beginning of the movie, and then you find out, it was just a simulation. He was teaching the Kobayashi Maru. And so you think, all those rumors that we heard that they were going to kill Spock off, that was just BS. Then you get to the end of the movie, and Spock sacrifices himself to save the crew. So basically, Endgame kind of borrowed that from Star Trek 2. The structure of it, anyway. I like John Carpenter's Vampires, but I wouldn't call it a classic. It's very derivative. The only thing that it brought that was new to the vampire movie genre was the idea of spearing a vampire and then dragging them with that spear via steel cable out into the sunlight to burn them to death. That was the only new thing they brought to that genre. Lots of really good gore in it, though. Thoughts on Elliot Page? Couldn't care less. I can eat things that taste good, but I'm not supposed to. Did you like Luke and the Mandalorian? Yes, I did. Thoughts on the Sega CD? It's a system that didn't meet its potential. Most of the stuff that was released on it was just ports of Genesis games with a couple of animated cutscenes and CD music thrown on top of it. Didn't meet its potential. That being said, there are some truly classic games on the system that still make it worth having, but it could have been better. A lot of you, from 8th, a lot of you message me on PSN and ask how kids my age like this or that, so I'm going to answer this real quick because a few of you are in here. I've never really gotten along with my generation, so I don't know. Yeah, most of the stuff that kids play nowadays, 8th doesn't play. He doesn't play Fortnite or any of that stuff. I'm not one of the cool kids, nor have I ever tried to be, so 90% of the time I'm not in on what the new cool fad is. Yeah. Thoughts on sparkling vampires and Twilight? I am not a fan. Do you own a Blue Yeti mic? No, I had a Blue Yeti and it died on me. I've had 2 different microphones from that company, and both of them broke the same way. The USB port on the microphone stopped working. So I will not buy another Blue product. Thoughts on Roddy Piper? Roddy Piper was a great guy. The day we got to spend with him, he treated us like gold. So that's all I got to say. Why are 4K TVs so cheap nowadays? Because that's the way technology is. As it becomes cheaper to produce, and as newer technologies come out, the existing technologies get cheaper. It's just the way it goes. That's just the way it is. Pablo Escobar versus Al Capone. Sometimes I think you guys just ask things just to be able to ask something in the chat. Not because you have any actual curiosity as to how I will answer. Same thing happened to me. The USB literally broke off and I couldn't plug it into the mic. Yeah. I will never buy anything from you. Met Piper. That's awesome. Yeah, I got to spend me and 8th and my Mrs. 7th too. Got to spend an entire most of a day with him at a horror convention because we met him at his table and he took a shine to us, and so every time he took a break from signing autographs and whatnot, he would walk the floor and find us and hang out with us. And some of it I have on tape that I've actually posted a couple of seconds of it on a YouTube video. I did a YouTube video when he passed away called Thank You, Roddy, I think. And if you watch like the last 2 minutes of that video, it shows footage of him hanging out with us. What was your favorite George Romero film? Probably Day of the Dead. I just liked the idea of zombies having rudimentary intelligence, like learning how to fire a gun and stuff like that. Do you like Led Zeppelin? Not especially, no. They have a couple of songs that I like Travelin' Riverside Blues, but for the most part, I'm not really a fan. Nope. Oh. But again, there will be no 7thCast next Saturday because it's Christmas weekend. And I'm going to be sitting enjoying my Christmas weekend, as you all should be doing with your family. Not sitting and watching some weird fat guy from Texas who was actually originally from Tennessee. You shouldn't be watching me. You should be spending time with the fam. So there will be no 7th Cast next Saturday. Have you watched Honest Thief with Liam Neeson? No, I have not. Do you like Rush? Kind of the same thing with Led Zeppelin. They have one or two songs that I like, but for the most part, I'm not a fan. Squeeze my lemon until the juice run down my leg. Have ever ridden a horse? Yes. Yes. In my youth, I rode a horse. Had a cousin-in-law who owned a farm. This was the same farm where me and one of my other cousins went driving these modified go-karts out onto the cow pasture. And when we got out of there, we were completely covered in cow shit because we kept driving over piles of cow shit, not realizing that's what it was at the time. We thought it was mud, but... A7th, have you heard the upcoming new zombie FPS game that's spiritual successor was called Back for Blood? Yes. Talked about it last week. Do you like Weird Al Yankovic? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. 7, thoughts on 8. And one of my favorite songs of his is not even a parody. It's an original that's a country song called Good Enough for Now. I love that song. Whenever my ex-wife would piss me off, I'd sing it at her. Thoughts on AVGN continuing to do videos? I like how James is still at it despite having so much of his life being busy. Well, I'm glad that he's able to still do it, but the quality of the videos that he's doing now that are written and produced by other people to where he's basically just become a star of his own show instead of it actually being his own show. The stuff that he makes now is not as good as the stuff that he did when he was doing it all, when it was just him and Mike Matei doing it all. It was better then. It was more creative. The writing was better. And now it's like he's not even AVGN anymore. It's like someone else playing the role, even though it's him. Yeah, if you're thinking that 8th is that kid that's like just everyone in the school adores him or whatnot, that's not the case. 8th has a lot of friends, but he has a specific circle of friends, and he doesn't really branch out from that. And he's kind of like me, where he makes a pretty quick judgment when he meets a person on his first impression as to whether this is someone that he's going to hang out with or not. And so he sticks to this specific group of, 5 or 6 kids, and that's his crew. Otherwise, these kids here are kind of intimidated by him because, a lot of the teenage kids in Texas have that kind of preppy look to them. And so here comes walking in this kid with hair down to past his shoulders, with a beard, and wearing a leather cycle jacket with, cargo pants and black leather boots. Well, I mean, he dresses almost exactly like I did in 1996 when I was 22. How's your backlog of games looking? Gets bigger all the time. Did you like the new Star Trek movies? I liked the first two. I wasn't the biggest fan of the third one. Did you see the trailer to Nobody? Doesn't sound familiar. It's not ringing a bell. Do you think God of War 5 is releasing too early? Well, I don't know. That depends on them, doesn't it? Thoughts on the Flintstones? I watched them when I was a kid. You know, the movies were pretty atrocious, but, you know, I enjoyed the first one all right when it came out. You know, I was not a fan of the Nintendo games. Even though one of them is super rare right now, I'm even if it was cheap, I wouldn't be, going out of my way to procure a copy of it. 7th, do you think Need for Speed was a generic franchise that slowly wasted away over the years? I haven't enjoyed. The last time I enjoyed a Need for Speed game was probably Need for Speed 3 on the PS1. Did you like the film Gravity? I thought it was kind of boring. Thoughts on Cyberpunk being... I already talked about that. You're a little late to the party. 7th, has General MLD come back to YouTube? Right now, he's just hanging out trolling on Twitter. He has expressed interest in coming back, but I don't know if and when that'll actually happen. Did you like the crossover between the Flintstones and the Jetsons? I never was a big fan of the Jetsons either. You got to remember, Flintstones and the Jetsons were mostly a 60s thing. I was born in the 70s. And so the only reason that that at that age I knew what the Flintstones was because every now and again Warner Brothers would bring a new version of it out, like the one that had, their kids were teenagers. But, they showed reruns of it on of the Jetsons and the Flintstones on like TBS and whatnot, but I didn't even have cable until I was like 7 or 8 years old. PS5 or Series X? I don't have a Series X. I only have a PS5. That should tell you what you need to know. Is there any chance God of War Ragnarok is a disappointment? I hope not, but there's always a shot. Solid Rev said the Xbox Series X is where it's at. Well, that's Solid Rev. Solid Rev has lower standards than I do. Let me clue you guys in. Solid Rev, for all intents and purposes, is a casual gamer by my definition. There's nothing wrong with that. He's not a diehard. He dabbles. And so for him, best frame rate on a first-person shooter that he can get, that's where he's going to go. He's slowly getting more into it. But as of right now, I like talking with him, and every now and again, I agree with him and on something. We certainly get along just fine. But I personally would not base a console purchase on his opinion of them. That's nothing against him. That's just he looks for different things. And there are different things that are important to him in a console than what's important to me. Did you watch the A-Team? Yes, I did. I've even seen that crappy movie from a few years ago. Why did I say it like that? Movie. Sounded like Austin Powers. I'm going to go watch a movie. 7th, what's the difference between a dragon and a wyvern? I don't know. I wasn't that much of a nerd. I dabbled in Dungeons and Dragons, but I wasn't deep into it. I was deeper into Magic the Gathering than that, and when you looked at a picture of a wyvern on a Magic the Gathering card, it just looked like a dragon. So I don't know. How do you feel about Microsoft buying major game studios? Well, Sony did the same thing. You know, Naughty Dog existed prior to Sony owning them. So, same with Sucker Punch. Same with Insomniac. Microsoft is doing the same thing that Sony did, only much, much later. Sony built their studios by buying them and then throwing money at them. I think the one difference would be Sony Santa Monica. And even they could have had their origins as an independent studio, and then Sony bought them and turned them into Sony Santa Monica. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm getting old. What's your favorite mixed drink? I don't really do mixed drinks that much, but probably coconut rum with pineapple juice. Hello, Chris. Why did they change the name of the Game Awards? Because the original Game Awards was tied to a cable channel. I can't remember which one. The channel for dudes. I can't remember what it used to be called, but it was tied to that channel. And so for them to go off on their own and be free of that channel, they had to change the name of the awards. Have you always been bald? I'm not bald now. I just shave my head. I mean, you can look. See? I got hair. See? It just grows. It did recede, but, you know, I didn't go bald. You know, it just receded to where I've got a widow's peak right here. And I just don't bother with it anymore. It's like, it all started when I moved to Florida. When I moved to Florida, I had hair like eighths. My hair was down past my shoulders. I had this Eddie Vedder circa 1992 look. And after I'd been in Florida for a couple of weeks, and I was walking around constantly either having to wear it in a ponytail or walking around with it matted to the back of my neck because of how damn hot and humid it was, I went and bought a set of clippers at Walmart, and I went home and I shaved my head. And I've pretty much worn my hair like that ever since. The only reason I have any growth right now is simply for the fact that I'm being lazy. And that's why I got the beard. I'm not going out in public, so I don't care. What's going on, 7th? Big shout out to 8th. Any plans for your birthday month? Not really. Have you seen Sons of Anarchy? Yes. I watched a little bit of Mayans, and then when I found out that it had gotten canceled before they could even finish up the storyline to it, I didn't bother finishing it. How are the Mega Man Zero games? I don't know. I wasn't really much of a Mega Man fan outside of the original series. I didn't even play the Mega Man X games that much. I preferred the original games. Do you think Sly Cooper should make a return? Do you think it's underrated? Well, Sly Cooper 4 wasn't all that great, so... What's up, 7th? Haven't caught a stream in a while. Hope all is well. Hello, Professor. Thanks for stopping in. Spike TV, yeah. The Game Awards used to be on Spike TV, and then when they left Spike TV, they couldn't call themselves the same thing anymore due to rights, and so they had to change the name of the show. Do you think Solid Rev is the new El Presidor? No, because he doesn't focus on one console. Thoughts on Final Fight 3? I like Final Fight 3. It's okay. I like Final Fight 2 a little bit better. I don't own Final Fight 3, but I have played it. Currently, I only own Final Fight 1 and 2. Yeah, well, the last time I checked, Mayans was not a continuing show. They fired the guy that created it, and then they announced that they weren't going to continue it. But maybe that changed. I don't know. How come Atari quit making consoles? Because everything that they released after the 2600 sold like crap. 5200 didn't sell worth a crap. 7800 didn't sell worth a crap. The Lynx didn't sell worth a crap. And the Jaguar didn't sell worth a crap. And this Atari VCS, that's not even original Atari. That's where some people got together and bought the rights to use the Atari name, and they're calling it an Atari console. But it's not the original company that made the original games. It's an Atari in name only. It's a glorified Android box. Crap Gamer reps whatever he thinks will get him the most views. He's made that clear for years. How's MTV still around? I have no idea. Are you looking forward to Matrix 4? Hello from Denmark. Wow, Denmark. Nice. I'm not really caring about Matrix 4. You know, it'll either be... I don't think it'll be mind-blowing. It'll be either decent or a joke. And yes, I've gone 10 minutes past the warning. Oh, weird. 2 hours remaining. We are at 26. Actually, no. We're at $31. We had a $5 super chat that doesn't show up in the bar. We're at $31. We are $19 away from the 10 o'clock goal. So as of this moment, 2 hours remaining. Did you like the Vikings TV show? Yeah, until Ragnar died, and then I lost interest in it. Crap Gamer versus Dr. Trey. Who's worse? Crap Gamer. $10 from the Crusader. Can I get a Let's Go Buffalo from Grandpa 7th? 8th does not have any children, so I am nobody's grandpa. Thank you so much. I'm only 46. My Buffalo Bills are AFC Eastern champions. Well, let's go Buffalo. I don't watch football. Let's go Buffalo! Thank you for the $10, Crusader. That puts us up to 41. We are now $9 away from the 10 o'clock extension. Crap Gamer might become a lulz cow like Chris Chan. I don't know if he could ever be like Chris Chan, but Lord help us. So we are at 41, $9 away from the 10 o'clock extension. Are you aware of the We Got This cover website? No. I have to go now. Good live stream. Bye. Bye, Master Chief. It's funny. A lot of times, Master Chief isn't all that active in the chat, so the only thing that you'll see is him saying hello and then him saying, gotta go. Callum Hunter, 6 pounds. Hello, 7th. It's been a while. Yes, it has. Good to watch one of your streams. Hope you have a good day. Thank you. We'll count the pounds as dollars to keep things simple. So that puts us up to 47. We are now $3 away from the 10 o'clock extension. Have you watched the YouTuber Now That's So Real? Nope. CD Projekt Red will never recover from the Cyberpunk debacle. Well, don't be so sure. People said that Capcom wouldn't recover either, and now Capcom's doing quite well. So you never can tell. The Crusader, another $10. So that puts us up to $57. So we are now officially extended to 10 o'clock. So, your time has been extended. Called you Grandpa because of the beard, old man. Here's another 10. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Crusader. Appreciate it. How's my week been? Oh, Lord. Because it was my last week at work before being gone for 18 days, the company was determined that they were going to get the absolute most out of me as they could. I was all over the place all week long. It was a tiresome week. I am glad it's over. 7th, do you think chocolate chip cookies are more fitting for Christmas or gingerbread man cookies? I gotta say gingerbread men. You can get chocolate chip cookies any time of the year. And I mean, you can get gingerbread men too, but there's just something about gingerbread men that feels more Christmassy to me. 7th, I changed my handle, RW Lemon, so that you can see my chat. Nice! Short round. Crap Gamer versus J-Tech, who's worse? I think they're pretty much on even footing, those two. Man, I have learned so much tonight. I learned Mayans was canceled, which does not make me happy. Christopher and I learned there is going to be a Matrix 4, which makes me an indifferent Christopher. A break well deserved, 7. Oh, you ain't kidding. They work me to death over there, man. They work me to death over there. Lord help. Even footing is right. Yeah, you ain't wrong. That's true about gingerbread cookies. They're definitely more affiliated with Christmas. What about cakes? Not really too Christmas-like, huh? I want to bake something this holiday. Make an apple pie with some cinnamon in it. That'll be nice and Christmassy. What do you think of the CGI effects bringing back old characters like Luke and Leia? I think the effect in the Mandalorian this last episode was better than Leia being brought back in Rogue One. However, I think Leia from Rise of Skywalker, I think that effect looked better than the Rogue One too. So, make some brownies. What college did you go to for the IT industry? I went to a technical college. I didn't go to like a university or nothing. What did you think about the Ant-Man movies? They're funny, but they're not really one that I want to rewatch after I've seen it. What are you getting 8th for his Christmas? Oh, a whole bunch of stuff. A lot of his Christmas he already got early. He was having some overheating issues on his PC, so I bought him a new liquid cooler and I bought him some other part, I can't remember what the other part I bought him was. Maybe it was a power supply or something. I don't remember, but I had to buy him a couple of new computer parts. So I went ahead and gave him those early. He got his PS5 early. He got a $600 monitor early. Just a bunch of stuff that he's already gotten early. And so the most of the stuff that he's getting for Christmas, he's not going to get any one big thing because he already got all the big things early. So, it's going to be, some video games for PS5, some Switch games, a couple of PS4 games, and some other odds and ends, little knickknacks here and there, and mostly records, because I was able to get back my original stereo from 1995 that somehow became 8ths the minute I got it back. And it's not like the same model. It's the literal model that I owned from the 90s. The actual one that I owned. I got it back. Still works. And it was a big Technics rack system with, 3-foot tall speakers and all that, tower speakers. And somehow it became 8ths. And so that means he has a record player now, and he expressed a strong interest in wanting to start collecting records, and so I bought him a crap ton of records to get his collection going. rock records and movie soundtracks and anime soundtracks and video game soundtracks. I bought him like a stack of records. It's like this big. So that's mostly what he's getting for Christmas is records. Mostly. By the way, 7th, I'm celebrating 1 month of sobriety from alcohol. Been hard, but I am still trucking. Can't wait for the rest of the stream. Well, shit. Here I am. I've been sitting here drinking this while you're watching. Sorry about that, man. Appreciate the money. I appreciate it. Stay on the wagon. Don't fall off the wagon. This is like a 1 a week thing. It's got like, 5% alcohol in it. Barely even qualifies. It's more of a soda than it is anything else. Stay on the wagon. Do you think Roddy Piper was good enough on the mic to be in the Four Horsemen? Yeah, he would have been great in the Four Horsemen. I think really one of the reasons he wasn't on the Four Horsemen was because nobody else would have gotten any mic time because he would have talked over everybody. I still can't find a PS5. I'm looking for the digital edition. Well, keep up the look, but you're probably going to be waiting until March or April at this point. 7th, I know the Toy Story franchise has been milked, but do you think they could make Andy become a toy collector as an adult in order to get back Woody? I didn't even want a 4 to come out. And 4 was awful. They really should have stopped at 2, but worst case scenario, they should have stopped at the 3rd one. That had a perfectly acceptable ending to that story. It did not need to continue. 4 was trash. I haven't seen any new records or vinyls for a while. Last one I saw was the last Pink album. Ugh. Can you still drink that Jack Daniels drink if you suffer from I have no idea. Thoughts on Brock Lesnar? He's a wrestler. I don't really care about Brock Lesnar. Any movie recommendations this week? Yeah, I made one earlier. Fatman, starring Mel Gibson as Santa Claus with guns. You need to watch it. It's insane. I feel the same way with Indiana Jones. 4 was crap. Yes, it was. It had its moments. There were things I liked about it, but most of it I did not like. Because most of it, even stuff that they did film on location, because of the way they filmed it and lit it, looked like it was on a soundstage, which made almost the whole movie look like it was filmed on a soundstage. It was just not good. Yeah, 8th likes Sid too. 8th likes Sid from Toy Story. I think that's because Sid reminds him of one of his friends. I'm not going to say who. Sid is the best character. He's hilarious. Yeah, but he's only in the first one. He's only in the first one. Trying to think of any other movies that I watched recently, and that's the only one that really comes to mind as something that I would recommend everyone to watch, is Fatman. Movie was great. I loved it. I had so much fun with it yesterday. I said 8th likes Sid, the character in Toy Story. Sid appeared as the garbage guy in Toy Story 3. Oh, I didn't notice. My brother got the PS5 digital, but in the box, the disc version was in there. Shipping mistake, I guess. I saw somebody on Twitter that happened to. Even though you don't like the Call of Duty games, what's your favorite one? I don't have one because I don't like them. You kind of answered your own question there. 7th, have you seen Old School from 2003? Oh, isn't that the one with Will Ferrell in it? He's called like Hank the Tank or something like that. Will you be treating yourself to something tasty for Christmas dinner? I think we're going to have ham And ham, mashed potatoes, deviled eggs, the usual. The usual. Probably some beans in there, maybe some corn on the cob. Some buttery corn on the cob. I've seen some people getting Nerf guns and Uncle Ben's rice instead of a PS5 in the box. Okay. 7, do you think it's weird that Pixar is going more family themed with their new movies? Like they have messages connecting to family. I liked it at first, but I want to see other themes. They seem to be going more kid friendly lately. And I don't really like that. I mean, they've always been kid friendly, but there's been stuff for the adults to enjoy too, and they seem to be steering away from that a little bit, and I don't know why. That's going to take away some of what made Pixar Pixar. The closer they get to that, the closer they're going to be to just like, DreamWorks animation. I'd say Cyberpunk is at least a 5.5 out of 7 so far on the PS5. I can't speak to the other versions. I have cerebral palsy, which in my case comes with epilepsy, and I can drink, but my buddy Phil has epilepsy and he can't. I wouldn't risk it. I'm sorry to hear that, Chris. 7th, have you seen the Skyline movies? The third one just came out. I've seen the first two. I was not overly impressed with them. Good effects, but horrible acting and script. What's your favorite pagan holiday? Like Halloween, I guess. I'm just waiting for Wannabe Gamer to type out his reply of, aha, actually all the holidays you celebrate are actually pagan holidays. Like, did you know that Christmas was actually based on the pagan winter equinox? Did you know that Easter was actually based on the fertility holiday? I'm just waiting for that response. I know it's coming. I got my refund from Sony, probably one of the worst games I've ever played. Well, I played it on PS5, and I'm playing it on PS5, and I haven't had any problems with it. Just plays, it's a big open world action RPG. Yes, I like Chinese food. I got Back to the Future recently. I will watch them over Christmas. Those are fun. Fun movies. How much do you weigh? You don't need to know. Less than I did a couple of years ago. Have you played Lollipop Chainsaw? Yeah, I played Lollipop Chainsaw. I did a review of it back in the day. Beat it, but never platted it. Do you believe in the Catholic version of God? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm not a Catholic. So I'm not not sure what you mean by the Catholic version of God. What I think of Kratos being a Fortnite skin. Don't give a crap. 7th, check out a movie called Guest House. Guest House. Is it on Amazon Prime? Let's go look. Let's go look. Guest House. It is a comedy. It is $6 to rent. I will wait till it's free. What is your favorite Yakuza game? Probably Yakuza 3. Can you answer my question? Can you kiss my ass? Whatever, 7th, it is what it is. I got very lucky. I got the most mild case you can get. I'm 90%. Well, that's good, man. I'm glad to hear it. Have you seen the leaks for Resident Evil 8? No, because I don't care about Resident Evil 8, so I don't care about the leaks. Resident Evil is more of an 8 thing, and he is avoiding the leaks because he doesn't want it spoiled for him when the game comes out. I'm having more fun collecting movies than I am games. I haven't bought physical movies in a while now. I just kind of gave up in that regard. Because movies aren't interactive, so I don't really care about watching them digitally versus watching them physically. Games is a different story. How's the lockdown going in the U.S.? Well, I'm still here. Basically, all I can't do is write and tie knots. Well, that's what Velcro's for, Chris. That's what Velcro's for. No sweat. And writing is overrated. My penmanship is terrible. I'd much rather type. I mean, the religious agenda pushed by the Catholic Church. I'm not Catholic, so it's meaningless to me. 7th, you're on your vacation till the new year. Till January 6th. Yes, sir. Till January 6th. And what a glorious time it is going to be. Of doing absolutely nothing that I don't want to do. Yeah. Writing fiction can be very relaxing, but I'm talking about having to, write by hand. And what's up? Good to see you again, 7th. Hello, Sebastian. How's it going? 7, do you ever go crazy with decorating your house for Christmas? Nope. Put up a tree and that's it. No lights on the house. No wreath on the door. No candy canes or blow up Santas in the yard. None of that crap. I put up a tree. That's good enough for me. Do you like Bloodborne? Yeah, I like it, but it's not my favorite genre, the Souls-like genre. But as far as Souls-likes goes, it's pretty good. Do you like the Jump Street movies? Not especially. Yeah, stuff like Bloodborne and Dark Souls and all that, that's more 8's thing than mine. Yeah, hanging lights on your house can be risky. And one of the reasons that I don't do it is because I'm a lazy, fat you-know-what. But the other reason that I don't do it is because I rent, I don't own, and so I'm not going to put any, potentially risk damaging the house by hanging lights up on it. Because technically this ain't my house. I just rent it. I've been renting it for... It'll be 4 years. 4 years in January. Vince McMahon has no business getting back in a wrestling ring. That man is way too old for that. Favorite GTA game? Not a big fan of the GTA series, but if I had to pick a favorite, it'd be San Andreas. Again, I'm not a big fan of GTA, Nick. I have the laser type lights that you shine on the house. I suppose I could do that, but even then that'd be too much money and time invested in it. How come you've not found a different house? Because, I had to do deed in lieu of foreclosure to get rid of the house that I owned in North Carolina to move here. And in case the company wants to relocate me somewhere else, I don't want to get tied down with another mortgage that I'm not going to be able to get out from under by selling it. So I rent to avoid that. If the company promoted me and they said, you will never have to move again, then I would maybe start looking at purchasing a house. Maybe. There were things I liked about Brutal Legends, but there was a lot of things I didn't like about Brutal Legends. It was kind of a... Would you decorate your house if you had that weird gadget that the lady in the Grinch movie had? No, because someone is still going to have to climb up there to pull them all down. Did you hear WWE is trying to do a sequel to the Attitude Era? I haven't seen anything that would prove that to me so far. How many locations does your company have? Hundreds. It's an international company. We're in the United States. We're in Canada. We're in South America. We're in Europe. How do you feel about a Mega Man Legends remake? I didn't like the first one. I don't like Mega Man in 3D. We have not played Sackboy yet. Do they have any open jobs? I have no idea. How do you think wrestling would be different if WWF died and WCW won? No idea. I don't think wrestling would be good with only one company around in either sense. Which sport looks the most boring to you? Golf. Is first-person view a turn-off in Cyberpunk? Not for me. Not for me. First person's not a problem for me. I mean, hell, I platted Skyrim, and that's first person, and you don't even have a gun. You just have like magic powers and a weapon. 8th has platted Sekiro. I have only played a little bit of it. Yeah, that's one thing about Xbox's backwards compatibility. It's not true backwards compatibility. You stick the disc in there, and it's not actually loading the game off the disc. It scans the disc as proof that you own it, and then it downloads an emulated copy of it onto your drive. That's how their backwards compatibility works. It's not actually running the game off the disc. Who do you support, NFL or ML? I'm not a sports person. I think third person would have been better for that game. They killed my hype when they announced it. Well, it's fine for me. I haven't had any issues. 7th, did you see the trailer for the Evil Dead game? Yeah, it looks like it's going to be some kind of a multiplayer thing, and so I'll probably buy it just because it has Evil Dead written on it, but I feel like it's going to be some kind of multiplayer-centric thing and not have a single-player campaign based on the trailer. What's the worst bottled water brand you ever tasted? Oh, I don't know. It was one of those weird mineral waters that has stuff floating in it. Tasted like turpentine. Trying to snag a PlayStation 5 as a joke. Epic facepalm initiated. Yeah, it's not easy. It's the same with the regular Xbox games. You're not actually running the game off the disc. The disc is basically a form of DRM to prove that you purchased the game. And then it downloads it off the server. Xbox One did that crap. Yes, I remember the tree scene in Evil Dead. Of course I remember that. Thoughts on the upcoming Spider-Man movie? Well, I hope it's as good as the leaks make it sound. I hope so. Have you seen the trailer for the new Wrong Turn movie? No. Wasn't a fan of the originals, to be honest with you. Do you think PlayStation 5 will eventually be backwards compatible with PS1, 2, and 3? Unlikely. They will probably stick with PlayStation Now for that. But you may see in the future where they bundle PlayStation Now into the price of PlayStation Plus to compete with Game Pass. I feel like that's most likely what's going to happen. I could be wrong on that, but that based on some of the stuff that Jim Ryan or whatever his name is has said recently, it feels like that's the direction they're going to go. Does the PS5 download its PS5 discs? Not that I've noticed, because you can hear the disc spinning when it's installing the game. Do you think Bond has more JRPGs than you? Highly unlikely. Highly, highly, highly unlikely. No, I've not played the Back 4 Blood Alpha. Ugh. They still need to fix PS Now. To this day, I've not played a single second of PS Now. I have never used it. Not on PS3, not on PS4. Nada. I've never used it. Seventh, do you like culinary foods? My nephew's getting into that. It looks tough to cook that stuff. No, my tastes are simpler than that. You know, I grew up around Southern cooking. Do you think Alpha Omega Sin has more JRPGs than you? Probably. Of course, I haven't seen his collection in a while because he hasn't been making videos. He very well could have sold a bunch of his collection when he got out of making videos and stuff. I don't know. I haven't had that much interaction with him lately. Oh, a Bad Batch looks stupid. What's your most anticipated game right now? God of War. No, I have not tried Google Stadia. Either way, Lord 8th, turn-based or all Japanese RPGs, I would have Black Bond beat. Solid Rev noticed the Series X download series. Yeah. Alpha Omega Sin pretty much retired from YouTube, yeah. Do you think Bond over-exaggerates his stories? Possibly. I watched DJ Time Void play Back 4 Blood Alpha, and it looks pretty good. Okay. What's your game of the year? Ghost of Tsushima. Why did everybody hate Black Bond? Because he never picked a side. He attacked everybody, and so everybody hated him. That's possible, 8th. That's possible. We might have him beat in that regard, especially when it comes to PS3, because we have a ton of JRPGs on PS3. And the Game Awards, apparently the most anticipated is Elden Ring. I don't believe that for a second. Over God of War Horizon 2. Who knows? It's hard to go by what's on the Game Awards because that all comes from website voting, and so all it takes is some little fan group on 4chan to, hey, let's all go hide behind a VPN and mass vote for Elden Ring for most anticipated game. Yeah, but El Presidor stuck for the most part with one particular group, which was the PlayStation 3 group. And so he had a lot of people on PlayStation 3 that got along with him just fine. Whereas, Black Bond, he just attacked every group. And so, he was just strongly hated. Seventh, would you ever create a unique game room in your home like some people have with your size or more of a collection of game? Well, my living room is my game room. I've shown video of it. Did you laugh at my Ghost of Yellow Belly joke last week? No, because if you'll recall, I didn't initially get it. I don't trust PSN because of all the hacking that happened back in 2011. Well, what people don't remember is that Microsoft got hacked too. It wasn't as big of a hack, but it got hacked as well. Do you think it's funny when YouTube Crumbside channels roast each other? Yes. Have you seen Metal Jesus' collection? Yes. I've never met Metal Jesus, but I've seen his collection. He doesn't come to Retropalooza. He's only ever been to one Retropalooza, and rumor has it didn't go very well. And so that's the only one that he's ever come out to. I don't know what happened, but apparently it didn't go very well. And so he hasn't been back. The Lizard Squad. Yeah. The Lizard Squad. What's the plan for 2 weeks? Movies and games. And possibly doing some new music work. You remember when you were in that Skype call with Dark Cloud and MVP and they were arguing because you compared Madden to a JRPG? Yeah, that was the one where MVP lost his temper and went and beat up on his girlfriend's stepdad out in the front yard. And then came in the room and was hiding from the cops, and the cops came in and arrested him. And when he was like, shh, everybody, shh, the cops are here. And I was like, he's in here, officers. He's in the bedroom. And then after that, Hard 8 was telling everybody that I'm lying and that none of that happened and everything. And then MVP came back and said, nope, yep, Dark Cloud and 7th trolled me to the point where I got really angry and beat up my stepdad and wound up in jail. He corroborated the whole thing. But to this day, if you were to ask Hard 8, 7th's making all that up. None of that happened. Do you think Cal will make an appearance in Mandalorian? I don't care. I wasn't a fan of the Clone Wars and Rebels and all that stuff. Or are you talking about Katarn from Shadow of the Empire? Is that who you're talking about? I don't know. You got that man, but yeah, I've trolled a man into prison. Top that. Shame people still hate Metal Jesus after the whole 50,000 RV scandal. I don't really know that much about the RV thing. The one that I hear about most often was people claiming that he faked the flooding of his game room in his old house. That's the one and I don't get into all that mess. You know, that's a bunch of radical Rick crap, you know. Yes, Black Baron was a Nintendo fanboy. I haven't seen any speculation on what Mandalorian Season 3 is going to be about. I have heard some speculate that it'll be about the retaking of Mandalore, but I don't know. Are you hyped for Bayonetta 3? Not especially. Oh, Cal from Jedi Fallen Order. I don't know. I don't care. I haven't really gotten that much into that game. We have it, I just haven't really gotten into it. Like I said, my backlog is epic. Oh, man. My neck is getting stiff. Must be the change in the weather. Weather's been on again, off again here in Texas. It's like one day it's nice and sunny, and the next day it's raining and cold. Well, cold for Texas. Do you play the Devil May Cry games? On and off. A new one didn't just come out. They just remastered it for PS5 and Series X. The game actually came out on PS4 like a year ago. Baron vs. Heart 8. Do you still drink Jack and Coke? No. Closest to that I drink are these little blackjack colas. I haven't drank real Jack Daniels in years. Probably like 10 years. Favorite cheat meal? Probably Whataburger. Whataburger or a nice big pizza. Nice big pizza. Does it even taste like Coke? It tastes like black cherry soda. If you've ever had black cherry soda. Do you think Spider-Man 3 will be Sinister Six with the old actors? To some extent, but it feels like what they're setting up is a live-action version of Into the Spider-Verse. Baron versus Bond, who would win? Well, are you talking about a real fight or a wrestling match? Because judging by the way Baron's career at AEW has been going, I would say Bond would probably win. Fun fact, did you know the guy who made Slender Man for the Photoshop contest made him using images of the tall man from Phantasm? That wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me. Angus Scrimm, a strange-looking man. Good actor, but strange-looking. Oh, doo-doo, dooby-dooby-dooby-doo. Yes, Black Baron is now on AEW. Well, he's been on real AEW a couple of times, I think. Mostly he shows up on AEW Dark. Which is kind of like being on WCW Saturday Night, I guess. Did you watch the Harley Quinn cartoon on Adult? No. No. Will you stream over Crit? No. What's the scariest movie you've seen in years? I don't get scared at movies anymore. Horror movie. I'm completely desensitized to horror movies. I know jump scares don't work on me. I've watched too many of them. I know what's coming half the time. I liked the first two Phantasm films. Everything after 2 I haven't really cared for all that much. But the first 2 were fun. Yeah, I have a PS5. 8th has a PS5. Neither of us have had any issues. We're both enjoying it. No artifacting or any of that kind of stuff. It's just been a good working system, I don't know what to tell you. Well, I'm sure Baron will eventually get on the main roster or whatnot. It seems like right now they're mostly using him as an enhancement talent, as a good, solid worker who can make guys that they're wanting to put over look good. Seventh, jump scares aren't horror at all. It's just a gimmick and automatic. Well, jump scares were in Exorcist. They just did them really well. You know how they did jump scares in The Exorcist? Whenever there was going to be a jump scare and they wanted a legit reaction from the actor, they'd wait until when the moment was going to happen, and then the director would take a revolver loaded with blanks and fire a shot in the studio. And the actor would jump, or they'd turn and look in the direction of the shot. That's how they did jump scares in Exorcist. No, Black Baron didn't break his neck in a match. He dang near allowed another guy to get his neck broken in a match. It wasn't really Baron's fault, but Baron wasn't there to prevent what happened either. You'd have to go back and watch the match. Dude climbed up to the top rope, jumped off, didn't get his spin right, and basically landed on top of his head. And Baron didn't really do anything to lessen the damage. He just kind of let it happen. I haven't had any rest mode problems, but that's because I don't use rest mode. Did you and 8th play Streets of Rage together? Back in the day. Not anytime recently. Yes, I would recommend Exorcist. It's not your typical type of horror movie. A lot of it is more about mood and tone, as opposed to a jump scare filled modern horror movie. This movie, The Exorcist, is about making you uncomfortable. Have you played Astrobot? Yes, platted it. 8th and I have both platted it. Yikes, YouTube censoring my comments. The Game Chasers. Hello, Billy. How's it going? How's it going, sir? What's wrong with rest mode? Well, there was rumors that putting your PS5 in rest mode would screw up the console somehow. Cause the game to become corrupt and this and that. And so those rumors were already flying by the time my PS5 got there. So I wasn't going to take a chance on it. So the first thing I did when I set up my PS5 was I disabled rest mode. What you up to, Billy? You over there editing? Working on your movie? Hard at work. I watched your new episode. It's good stuff. I noticed the drop in camera quality in the second half of the episode. Have you picked up the new camera yet? 7th, do you ever watch good military movies? Well, I like Full Metal Jacket, and Platoon was pretty good. I like Heartbreak Ridge. Hamburger Hill was okay. I'm not going to say that Midway was a good military movie, but it was a fun movie. What's Black Baron's wrestling name? I think it goes by Baron Black. I think. Will I be able to buy a PS5 from the store in April? I don't know. Hopefully. Hopefully so. Do you think must be in the next stimulus package to keep I don't know. Again, not a political stream here. Would you let Chef Ramsay cuss you out while he makes you an 8th food? No. If that man talked to me the way he talks to some of the other people on his show, I would bitch slap the hell out of that man. Did you see Heredity and Midsummer? Heredity was good. Midsummer was a steaming pile of ass. How much longer do you think Stone Cold could have wrestled if Owen Hart hadn't broken his neck? I think he would have made it at least till around 2010. I would rather go to a store and physically get the PS5, not trusting online delivery. It would get stolen before it got into my front door. Well, mine was delivered from Target, and Eights was delivered from Walmart, and then my buddy Brian drove it over here and left it on the porch. So we haven't had any issues. But then again, this is Texas. Not exactly the best state for trying to steal something off somebody's porch. Or trying to steal it while it's still in the truck. You might have somebody show up at the distribution center with a rifle. It's Texas is not the state to be pulling that crap. What do you think of Logan Paul? I don't think much of him at all. I avoid thinking about either of them as much as humanly possible. So thanks for bringing that up, Callum. Jeez. Oh, by the way, I got to use this one again because we got extended to 10. So you get to hear it again. It is 8 o'clock. We were extended to 10, so we have 2 hours left. We are at what? Let's see here. We're at $57. We're at $18 away from the 11 o'clock goal. So keep your questions coming. And again, for those who are constantly complaining about how I never stream with retro gameplay, I've got a solution coming, but it's not going to be here till like mid-January to early February. How did you make that? I didn't make it. A fan made it. I don't recall his screen name, but one of you guys made those for me. Seventh, is Cyberpunk as buggy and glitchy as people are saying? I haven't had that many problems with it, but again, I'm not playing it on PS4 or Xbox One. I'm playing it on PS5. Thoughts on Final Fantasy 16? It looks interesting. That being said, I still prefer old school turn-based like original Final Fantasy 7 or Final Fantasy 10. My favorite George Clooney movie is Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Did you like it also? Yes. That being said, my favorite George Clooney movie is Return of the Killer Tomatoes. Seventh, you should donate to yourself. Wrong! I know I'm playing the PS4 version, but I'm playing it on PS5, and I have not had the issues that people on PS4 have been having. No slow texture loading. I've had 2 crashes out of over 20 hours. And that's it, man. Frame rate is solid. Not seeing a whole lot of graphical glitching. The ones that I have seen have just been Havoc physics fails like you see in every big open world Western RPG. I think Texas is overrated junk. Careful now. Careful, son. You're not going to get under my skin saying that, but there are other people in and abouts. You got to remember, I'm not originally from Texas. I just live here. I'm originally from Tennessee, home of the choo-choo. Pardon me, boys, there's a Chattanooga choo-choo. Favorite Devil May Cry game? Probably the first one. Probably the first one. Here's the funny thing about people complaining about Cyberpunk. Now look, anyone that had such a bad time of it that they felt the need to return it, justified. No questions asked. However, 10 years ago, Fallout New Vegas came out and was a glitch-filled mess. Y'all didn't return it. You just complained endlessly online about how it was a bug-filled mess, but you still played it all the way to completion. And now it's considered a classic. One of the best in the genre. And you had patches and updates then, too. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Where was all this vitriol then? What is different then than now? Because they weren't exactly vocal about all the problems that was in Fallout New Vegas either prior to it coming out. And then it came out and it was a big bug-filled mess just like Cyberpunk. Where was all the demand for refunds then? I'm just saying. Do you think Bret Hart would have returned to WWE sooner than he did if Goldberg didn't decide to kill his brain? He probably eventually would have. Yeah, he would have gotten quickly sick of WCW and eventually would have worked things out with Vince McMahon. You got to remember, part of the reason that he left wasn't just the Montreal screw job. It was also, anger over what happened to his brother. So I think he would have ended up going back sooner than he did, but not that much sooner. What's your honest opinion about some of the questions we've asked you? Some of the questions are good. Some of the questions just seem to be you want to be able to ask me something but can't think of something that you actually want an answer from. And so you're just throwing stuff out there to have something thrown up on the chat. Been that way since I started. I'm used to it. I thought the screw job was staged. You have some people that claim it was a work. But then you have way more people that say, no, it was not a work. That was Vince trying to protect the business. Man, Billy stayed around to post that one comment and then he vanished. I guess he didn't like that YouTube censored his comment. What do you think about Hayden Christensen coming back as Darth Vader? I'm looking forward to it. I mean, he'll be mostly behind the mask, so, and his voice will be altered. So I'm assuming though that because it's him, they'll come up with several reasons to have his face exposed. Thoughts on Mafia remake? I wish it had an unlocked frame rate so it'd run at 60 frames per second on PS5. 7th, would you ever like to be on the radio for game-related topics? Well, I used to be a DJ back in my college years. You've got your ears glued to the wall. Chattanooga State's 91 Rock. Do you think a Zombies Ate My Neighbors remake would work? It would depend on how they did it. Would you do a song with Chris Jericho? I don't know about that. I like Chris Jericho's songs, but yeah, I don't know about that. Are you a fan of Tomb Raider? Not especially. I mean, I liked the originals when they came out. This new series, for whatever reason, I haven't been able to get into them. Do you like Shaun of the Dead? Yeah, I love Shaun of the Dead. It's great comedy. Great horror comedy. Thoughts on and in fact they did a movie that I watched recently that was called Slaughterhouse Rules, and I had a lot of fun with that movie. If you've never watched Slaughterhouse Rules, it's free on Amazon Prime. You should check it out. It's got all of them in it. It's got Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright or whatever his name is, the heavyset one. It's got him in it, and that one was a fun movie. I liked it a lot. Slaughterhouse Rules. I don't care that much about backwards compatibility, really, because I still have all the old systems. Thoughts on the BioShock games? I liked the first one. I wasn't a big fan of the second or third one. What was your favorite LucasArts game growing up? Well, I was already an adult, but my favorite out of the original bunch was Day of the Tentacle. Who was the nicest and worst celebrity you ever met? Nicest was Roddy Piper, and the worst was Jake the Snake Roberts. Now, this was when he was trying to get off the drugs. I met him around 2014, and he was trying to get sober, but he was an asshole. So, I'm just saying. I'm sure he's not like that now, but at the time, he was a real prick. Do you like the movie Hot Fuzz? Yes. I like Korn. And the band's pretty good too. Well, this was called Slaughterhouse Rules, and it was a movie about a boarding school in England. And it has Simon Pegg and the other guy in it, and it turns out there was like some ancient demon thing that was entombed beneath the school, and so there's this mystery and all this stuff, but it's also a comedy, and it's also spelled with a Z. It's something like this. Have you met William Shatner? Yes. I've met William Shatner, sort of. It was a photo opportunity, so you didn't really get to talk to him much. It's like you'd walk into the room, and he was sitting on a stool. And you walked over and stood next to him, and he smiled at the camera, and they took a picture, and they're like, thank you for coming in and paying $25 for that 2 seconds of time. That was about it. And the only thing I tried to initiate a conversation with him because I walked in, and he asked how you're doing, and I said, well, I'm having a good time. It could be worse. At least that Fisher woman isn't here. This was a reference to his Twitter account, because on his Twitter account he had this fake war going on between him and Carrie Fisher, and he never would refer to her as Carrie Fisher. He called her that Fisher woman. But when I said that, he said, who? I said, that Fisher woman. And he's like, what Fisher woman? I was like, Carrie Fisher. And he was like, oh. Which proved to me that he doesn't run his own Twitter account, that that I suspect he's got a social media person that impersonates him that is actually the person replying to you on Twitter, because he didn't know his own meme. Do you think they'll do a Shaun of the Dead 2? I wouldn't mind one, but I would think that if they were going to do one, it would have already come out. Zombieland or Shaun of the Dead, which is better? Shaun of the Dead. Are you still getting groceries delivered? Yes. Is your birthday today? No. It is not. And please don't do that thing where you all are trying to guess my birthday. Yeah. Turn that off. Thoughts on New Vegas? New Vegas was good, but it was a bug-filled mess. Without the bugs, it would have been probably one of the greatest Western RPGs of its generation. It was better than Fallout 3. It was just way more bug-rattled than Fallout 3 was. Did you like the movie Paul? Not really. I got HBO Max free for a month. Any suggestions with content? Well, there's a lot of great movies on HBO. As far as original series, the Doom Patrol is pretty good. I watched all of the Doom Patrol. I really liked it. Outsiders is a good Stephen King show if you haven't watched it yet. Elmer, do you want to get booted, son? Because you're acting like you're trying to dox me. And I'm a one strike and you're out type of guy. This is the only warning you're going to get. Hi, video game lover. Have you ever been on the 7thCast? No, he never invited me. Ain't that the shit? I've been on the Weapon Wheel podcast, but I never was on the 7thCast. Of course, he don't do it anymore anyway. But every time I boot up HBO, I find something to watch. Yeah, it's a good... HBO Max is good. It just... it hasn't been as successful as Disney so far. All right, son. I warned you. Bye. Why does El Presidor like cats? I don't know. He's a cat guy. Couldn't tell you why. He strikes me as a dog person, but he likes cats. What are you going to do? Rev is an inconsistent guy. He's not someone that can adhere to a schedule for something that's internet related. So, you know, the 7thCast just kind of happened whenever he could get everybody together to do it, and eventually it just got to where it was too much of a pain in the butt for him to schedule it and get everybody on there, so he just quit doing it. Chris, he and I do not get along. I've played both Manhunt 1 and 2, but I don't like either one of them especially. I think the controls are kind of crap, and the camera's shit too. Is having PS5 vertical bad for the disk drive? Not that I'm aware of. Why was the Sega Saturn killed off early? Because it didn't sell worth a damn. And it didn't have good third-party support. They pissed off the third parties with their early release, and so the third parties, many of them abandoned them, so they didn't have as many games as PlayStation did, and they just couldn't stand up to the competition. Elmer was fishing for details. He was trying to hammer down my exact date of birth. Trolls will do that. They'll try to sniff out personal information about you to try to make you think that they're attempting to dox you. And whether they're actually trying to dox you or not isn't the issue. The issue is that they want you to think that they are. And I don't have the patience for that kind of crap. So if I get a feeling that you're even trying to pull that kind of crap, I'm just going to show you the door. I don't give a shit. Why'd the Dreamcast fail? Same reason the Saturn failed. Didn't have third-party support. It was doing all right, had a very successful launch, and then the PS2 came out and just buried it. Yeah, you're probably not wrong, Ultra Steel. I mean, I know there's a couple of original ones out there, but I think most of the people, I think most of these accounts are all the same guy. Most of them. Not all of them, but most of them. Do you think PS5 can outsell PS2? Potentially. I mean, it's the way it's selling right now. Nintendo has a lot of third-party support. They just don't have as much as the other platforms. Saturn had very little third-party support, and what it did have was from smaller companies for the most part. I mean, they had some decent third-party here and there, but not on the level that the Switch does. I didn't like the CG Grinch. It was a very boring film. I didn't have a problem with the CGI in Mandalorian because I mean they've been doing that in the Marvel movies. It's the same de aging technology that they use to make Kurt Russell look young in frickin' Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Thoughts on The Sixth Sense? It's a really good movie, but it doesn't lend itself well to repeat viewings because once you know the twist, you know what's the point? I would never take you up on this, but I thought it was very kind of you to say that if I was in the area and could get a hold of you, you'd go grab a bite. Well, it's just the kind of guy I am. I'm not gonna, I'm having never met you in person before. I'm not gonna like invite you out to the house, but I'd go up and meet you somewhere in public. I don't have a problem with that. Go grab a Whataburger or whatever. You see my fat ass in all its glory. Or, you could always come to Retropalooza when it eventually happens again. What's your favorite part of Dumb and Dumber? I don't know, man. I like that whole movie. I can't narrow it down to just one scene. I did not say that, Stranded J. I did not say that. Kicked him out when he was a kid, and he's been trying to get back in this whole time. I told you if you needed a place to live, you needed to go live with your mother. Because you sure ain't living with me. I replaced you with 8th. God damn it. Robin Williams would have been a good Grinch, yes. Can I get a Mega Man burger? I don't know. Maybe that's something they'll eventually sell at Nintendo Land at Universal. Even though it's made by Capcom, I like Dumb and Dumber. There were moments of Dumb and Dumber 2 that I liked, but mostly that was a really disappointing sequel that shouldn't have happened. Still made money, though. It made money. But I can't think of a single person that I've talked to who's watched Dumb and Dumberer and thought that it was as good as the original. I was referring to your Capcom Mega Man burger skit that you did. Yes. Where I did a very bad impersonation of Barth from You Can't Do That on Television. I don't know how many people picked up on that because I just couldn't do that guy's voice very well. There's a very unique sound to that character's voice, and I just couldn't pull it off. But that's who it was supposed to be, was Barth from You Can't Do That on Television. Yes, I liked Aquaman. There's a civil war going on between CD Projekt Red developers and the higher... I've heard. I'm not interested enough to read up on it, but I have heard. Scritchy scratch. Which remake was worse, Aladdin or Lion King? Actually, Lion King. The only thing I didn't really like about Aladdin was Will Smith singing, which really wasn't his fault. I honestly think they should have let him rap those. And that would have been a better modern take than making him sing and auto-tuning the hell out of it. And I didn't like the fact that Iago didn't speak and they turned him into a giant dragon bird at the end of the movie. Yes, I liked Jim Carrey as Dr. Robotnik. Have you seen... Yes, I've seen Aqua Teen Hunger Force. No, I'm not curious for Hitman 3 because I don't like that series. Do you like Dreamcast Guy? I like his reviews okay. As you know, I am not a big fan of the whole regurgitating video game news genre on YouTube. That being said, I have several friends who do it. But these are folks that are trying to actually make serious money on YouTube, and I'm not. I have a regular old-ass job. And that's how I pay my bills. I do this mostly for fun. Just to have something to do. I have met Dreamcast Guy on 2 occasions, and we have sat and had friendly conversations both times. He seems like a good dude. His real first name is Max. I'm not outing that because a bunch of his other friends have referred to him as by his first name on their videos, so I'm not doing anything that nobody else has done, like RGT85 and several others, which, you know. But yeah, it's that's, you know, I don't refer to him as Dreamcast Guy. I know him as Max, and he's a good dude. I think Aquaman was the most fun of the DC Universe movies. I think it's right up there with the first Wonder Woman film as the best because you know, I liked Man of Steel, but I don't think that Superman works well when put under that dark in tone Dark Knight vibe, that Christopher Nolan vibe. And you know, Batman versus Superman, the extended cut was okay, but still that Lex Luthor and that Doomsday, and of course, you know, Justice League was what it was. There were elements of the theatrical Justice League that I liked, like Danny Elfman working the original Superman and Tim Burton Batman themes into the score. I liked that. I liked hearing the original Batman music, and I liked hearing the original Superman music. But other than that, you could tell that movie was, you know, butchered all to hell during the reshoots. So I am very curious to see the Snyder cut. Mr. Beast Burgers 300 outlets bit early for what? Yes, RGT's first name is Sean. I don't know Spawn Waves. You know, there was a rumor years ago, and I never verified it. I never verified it because I wasn't looking to dox anybody during this period. But there was a rumor years and years ago that that Solid Rev's first name was Nate. I don't know if it's true. That just kind of occurred to me. I remember somebody telling me that they had heard his first name was Nate, but I don't know. I have no idea. I have a general idea of where Solid Rev lives because at one point I was going down there and I reached out to him and asked if he'd like to meet up. And I said, you know, I'm going to be at Disney World. Why don't you drive your family over here and we'll meet you somewhere. And he ended up not doing it because that was a bit of a drive for him. But yeah. I mean, you can kind of tell from what I'm not outing anything when I say that he's in Florida because, you know, him and Dumars have kind of outed that by walking out into their backyards, and you see these big, Dumars has his big screened-in pool in the backyard and everything. Kind of made it obvious where they're at, because that style of house and that style of screened-in pool is a mostly, mid to South Florida thing, you know. I'm not telling you where in Florida they live, but they live in Florida, which I lived in Florida for a long time, and I lived in North Carolina when I started doing the 7thCast, or the YouTube thing. I have no idea what direction the Sonic movie should take. Since the first one was a success, they should probably stick with that formula. They certainly should not do what the Smurf movies did and start out with CG characters in a real world and then transition to a fully CG world. Yeah, he made a video about a Florida hurricane before. So yeah, it's no secret that Solid Rev lives in Florida. And again, I have no idea if that's true. That could, as far as like what his first name is, I just remember that being a rumor several years ago. And I think he denied it, if I remember right. Oh, John Candy was great in Spaceballs. Do you remember News Agent? It's not ringing a bell. Rev's name is Patrick Wilson. You know who Solid Rev reminded me of when I first saw him? Now when I first saw him, he didn't look like he was, a weightlifter. He looked really scrawny the first time I saw him. And so when I saw him, what I saw, he reminded me of Randall from the Clerks movies. And I told him that once, and he got offended by that. But of course, by the time I told him that, he had put a lot of muscle back on. But the first time I saw him, he was kind of scrawny. Scrawny compared to how he normally is. He's a fit dude. But the first time I saw him, he looked a lot thinner and less muscular than he has in later years. And he reminded me of Randall from Clerks. He also reminds me a little bit of one of my cousins in the face. Not in the rest of him, because my cousin is not a bodybuilder or weightlifter. But in the face, he kind of reminds me of one of my cousins that lives up in Tennessee. You're not. If it wasn't for COVID, the Sonic film probably would have been the most successful video game movie of all time. Probably. Do you like Uncle? I love Uncle Buck. The TV show they made based on it was terrible, but the movie was great. You know who Kim Coates is? Is that an actress? I'm not thinking of somebody else. Thoughts on The Ultimate Warrior? I liked him as a kid, but once I got older, I realized that as far as being a wrestler, he was kind of a nothing burger. He was just good at getting babyface heat. Was Solid Rev in the military. It's my understanding that he was at one point. Retropalooza is only in Texas. It's not held outside of Texas. I don't know Kim Coates. Do you like Joe Pesci's Casino improv? I like Joe Pesci in Casino, period. It was a great performance. Interesting thing about Joe Pesci is that before he became a successful actor, he was on a certain level involved in the discovery of Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. He saw the band one night, and he became like an instant fanboy of the band, and was trying, he got involved in trying to make them a success. A lot of people don't know that, but yeah, he was involved in the whole Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons thing. What are the chances that robots will eventually replace medical surgeons? I don't know. Kim Coates is Tig on Son of a... Oh, okay. Would I consider The Irishman as a top caliber Scorsese movie? I think it was a little bit too long. It told a good story, but to me, The Irishman was closer to The Departed than it was Goodfellas, if that tells you anything. Goodfellas is my favorite Scorsese film, and for me, that's because it had a good, even though it was telling a true story, it had a good mix of humor in it, along with the more darker stuff. And The Irishman and The Departed, not so much. So, yeah. Yeah. Battlefield Earth. Oh my God. Oh my God. Battlefield Earth. Oh. Goodfellas for me is like my favorite gangster movie. I love Goodfellas. Now there's another one that stars the guy that played the Punisher in Punisher Warzone, Ray Stevenson or whatever his name is. And it's on Netflix. It's called Kill the Irishman. And I really liked that movie. That was a really good gangster flick. But it's the Irish mafia more than it is the Italian. I mean, the Italians are involved, but this was about an Irish mafia guy. And it's also based on a true story, and it was really good. Last time I checked, it was still on Netflix. If you've never seen it, you should check it out. It's a good flick. Good flick. Yes, I knew Bruce Willis had a music career. He actually put out a couple of albums. And he also used to do commercials. He did a commercial for a wine cooler. Seagram's Golden was the one. And he had a commercial where he sang Seagram's Golden Wine Cooler, Seagram. It's wet and it's dry. Oh my, oh my. I still remember this commercial, and here it is. It's Bruce Willis singing this song about Seagram's. It's probably on YouTube if you ever want to go look at it. Best and worst Mickey Rourke films. That's hard to say because Mickey Rourke has made some really crappy movies lately. He's done a lot of really, really bad direct-to-video movies lately. As far as like some best ones, you got The Wrestler. Angel Heart was really good back in the day. Also had Lisa Monet from The Cosby Show naked. Which caused a lot of controversy because she was still on The Cosby Show at the time that she did that nude scene. And so that's why, her character for a while was sent off to college in a spin-off show. It was to get her off of The Cosby Show because they didn't want the stigma of her titties all over Cosby. And then look what happened with Cosby. Oh, The Departed's a great movie. It just doesn't have the humor that Goodfellas had. It has a kind of a more serious tone to it. Which Die Hard movie is the best? My personal favorite is 3. Die Hard with a Vengeance. Some people would say that's blasphemy, but I love Die Hard with a Vengeance. Because Samuel Jackson is great in it. Jeremy Irons is fantastic in it. I mean, he does overact a little bit, but not as bad as he did in Dungeons and Dragons, not even close. Are you a Steve McQueen fan? Not really. My dad was a big Steve McQueen fan. He loved Steve McQueen. Bullet was one of his favorite movies. Oh, I love the first Home Alone. It's one of my movie. Normally, that's a movie that I would watch as a Thanksgiving movie, and then the second one I would watch as a Christmas movie. I don't know why, but I didn't do it this year. I need to watch both of them. Might watch the first one tonight after this is over. Why did the Hills commercials have to... Because they needed someone to play a Christmas elf. I was going to ask your thoughts on Battlefield Earth. I no longer feel the need to do so. Your reaction to the mere mention of its name says it all. Yeah, God. I even tried... That movie was so bad, I felt it had to have been a problem with the script. So I tried to go and read the book. And the book is just like a not so subtle advertisement for Scientology. And so I was like, nope. Chuck. Thoughts on Polar Express. I love Polar Express. The music in it is tremendous. I love the music in the Polar Express. And that is also one that normally me and 8th watch every Christmas. But for whatever reason, we haven't done so this year. I don't know why. We haven't really watched any of our annual Christmas movies this year. I tried to watch The Grinch and fell asleep 2/3 through it. I did watch Christmas Chronicles 2 on Netflix, but I did not like it near as well as the first one. The first one seemed like a good mix of adult and kid humor, and this second one went full on kid. Kind of like watching the first two Santa Claus movies and then watching Santa Claus 3 with Martin Short playing Jack Frost and being just a really annoying little prick through the whole movie. God, I love Martin Short. I hated him in the Santa Claus 3. I hated him as Jack Frost. He totally ruined that movie. That movie sucks because so much of it is him. And I love him to death. I think he's a tremendous comedian and actor, but I hated him in that movie. Casino or Good... I gotta go with Goodfellas, with Casino being like right beneath it. But Lord of the Rings, I love the movies and all the Tolkien books. Yeah, I've read The Hobbit and I've read the Lord of the Rings, and I like the movies. I like the Hobbit trilogy. It's not very true to the book. And that's saying it nicely. But I still enjoyed it. Just not near as well as the Lord of the Rings trilogy. That's one of those series that we watch once a year. We did that back in early November. Me and 8th rewatched both trilogies. We have the extended director's cuts for both trilogies. I love Gremlins. I like the first one and the second one. I wish we had gotten a third. I know that there's been one in pre-production for forever. Who knows if that'll ever get made. I think if they came out with a new Gremlins movie now that wasn't a reboot but just was a continuation of the story, I think it would go over well. It would, with the whole nostalgia kick that's going on, I think it would do real well. Do you like Cheaper by the Dozen? Cheaper by the Dozen was a remake of an older movie. And, it was all right, but it wasn't my favorite thing. There's only certain Steve Martin movies that I really like. I liked The Jerk. I liked The Man with Two Brains. I liked Parenthood. I liked Roxanne. It was pretty good. But I didn't care for Cheaper by the Dozen all that much. I didn't care for his Pink Panther reboot at all. I did not like him as Inspector Clouseau at all. My vote to replace Peter Sellers as Inspector Clouseau would have been Rowan Atkins, Mr. Bean. That's who I would have hired as the new Inspector Clouseau. If he could have pulled off, a crappy French accent, then that's who I would have went with to reboot the Pink Panther, not Steve Martin. No, I'm not looking forward to the Game of Thrones prequel. His 5 lines in Prince of Egypt. You're playing with the big boys now. Did you like the movie Yours, Mine, and Our? I don't think I've ever sat through it. Thoughts on the Brady Bunch? I can vaguely remember watching reruns of it on TBS when I was a kid. I watched the movies and they were terrible. Peter Sellers, A Shot in the Dark was my favorite. My favorite, I think it was the Pink Panther Strikes Again. It was the one where his boss went full nuts and became a supervillain and built some super laser out in some castle and was threatening to destroy the world, and Inspector Clouseau had to stop him. That's my favorite one. It has so many good sight gags in it. I also loved how his assistant Kato was always trying to kill him when he'd come home. Smartphones have dumbed people down because they no longer have to actually retain knowledge, because they just have a way of instantly looking anything up that they need to know now in their pocket at all times. Did you like James Earl Jones and The Sandlot? I just like The Sandlot, period. That was a great movie. In fact, I say you're killing me, Smalls, all the time at work. Anytime somebody asks me a dumb question, oh, God, you're killing me, Smalls. No, I did not like the Inspector Gadget movies. Neither the first one or the second one. Best and worst Charlie Chaplin films? Really? Really? I'm not that old. I have not seen most Charlie Chaplin films. I think I've seen The Great Dictator or whatever that one was, and I've seen some of his, Little Tramp movies. A couple of them. They were on like the Disney Channel or something. Did you like Mike? No, I did not. Thoughts on Aliens? First one was good. Second one was good. Everything else was garbage. Favorite 007 movie? Oh, Lord. I like Never Say Never Again, even though it wasn't an official James Bond movie because it wasn't made by MGM or whatever. It was made by Sony, and it got Sean Connery in a lot of trouble, and plus the whole plot was a ripoff of Thunderball. As far as Roger Moore, my favorite Roger Moore Bonds would be The Spy Who Loved Me and A View to a Kill. I didn't really like any of the two Timothy Dalton ones at all. Pierce Brosnan, I liked GoldenEye, and that was pretty much the only one out of those that I liked because they just got way too over the top and comic bookish with his. GoldenEye felt a little more grounded than the other ones were. And with Daniel Craig, my favorite one of all of his has been Spectre. I really liked Spectre because it started to veer into that more comic bookish Bond from, that era, but not too much, just a little bit. Do you like Orange Is the New Black? No. It's not my kind of thing. It's a soap opera in a women's prison. I mean, it's not my bag, baby. Favorite Denzel Washington film? You're going to think I'm crazy, but The Book of Eli. Worst Pixar film? The Good Dinosaur. Thoughts on Star Trek Picard? I have not watched a single episode of it because it looks like trash. Do you like A Charlie Brown Christmas? I certainly liked it when I was a kid, but of most of the Christmas specials that I watched when I was a kid, I can go back and still enjoy them. But the Charlie Brown ones are just boring to me now. I can't make it all the way through. I can still watch Rudolph and Frosty and all the Rankin Bass stuff, but the Charlie Brown ones, I'm just like, oh my God, it's so boring. Did you like Scooby-Doo? Oh yeah, I loved Scooby-Doo when I was a kid. It's eighth into Dragon Ball. No. Although he does like Dragon Ball Kakarot on PS4. He's enjoyed it. Do you think aliens exist? I haven't seen anything that would convince me that aliens exist. And yes, I've seen the leaked footage of UFOs, but the thing of it is, you still can't tell what the hell they are. There's nothing in those videos that would lead me to think that there's a being from another planet in whatever that is. It could be some top secret Russian thing or top secret American thing. It could be any number of things. Any films you like watching around Christmas to get in the holiday mood that you wouldn't classify as a Christmas movie? Nope, it's all Christmas movies. You know, Christmas Story, Grinch, Home Alone 2, Elf, you know. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is a must-watch. That's the one that's at the top of my list. That's the one that's at the top of my list. Not so much because of Chevy Chase, but because of Randy Quaid. Because he reminds me so much of some of my family. You know, my family on my mother's side was from Louisiana. Creole, or as they called it back then, Black French. And on my father's side, Scottish immigrants that came over after the Civil War. But a lot of my family ended up living up in the Appalachians. You know, these were hillbillies. Hillbilly mountain people. Appalachian Mountains. That side of the old family tree, me and Eighth were talking, and I actually made Eighth laugh out loud today. I was like, our family tree is like looks like a spider web that survived a hurricane. And it's true. You know, there are certain parts of my family tree where it's just a straight line. It don't fork. You know what I'm saying? You know, there was some marrying your cousins in there. And Cousin Eddie reminds me of some members of my family. And that's part of why I like Christmas Vacation so much. What's your favorite fishing game? I never really got that big into fishing games. The only one that I ever spent a serious amount of time with was Sega Bass Fishing on the Dreamcast. I loved that game for some reason. No, I'm not looking forward to Bayonetta 3. That was already asked. What are your thoughts on Batman Vengeance? I don't think I've played that one. Wait a minute. Oh, that was a little one. Still, magic powers. Do you think Spider-Man 2 still holds up? Some of the CG doesn't, but as an overall superhero film, yes, very much so. I think some of the line readings are bad. Like, and by bad, I mean that they make it feel too much like a comic book movie. Like when Dr. Octopus is talking to himself in that old wharf building or whatever, and he was like, he rises up, I shall let nothing stop me, or whatever it was that he said, and it's so stupid because I realized he was talking to his arms or whatever, but there's no one else in the building. And so it comes across as he's just, having a supervillain moment without the hero there to hear it. So it's something like you'd see in a superhero cartoon where the supervillain gives his "I'm so evil and I'm going to take over the world" speech. And then there's the line where Harry comes out of the building and he's like, I'm ruined. I have nothing left except Spider-Man. And that line reading is so bad. But for the rest of the movie, I love it. Do you like Star Trek Voyager? I liked some of Star Trek Voyager. Some of it I did not like at all. 7 of 9 I liked very much. I believe aliens are the demons of disembodied spirits, Nephilim. Okay. Yeah, that all comes from the concept of the Inky and what have you, with in relation to old Mesopotamian gods, that some people say, oh, those gods are really aliens. But there are some that believe that these ancient gods were actually demons impersonating gods or creatures from another dimension and or planet, blah, blah, blah. So that, I'm not going to sit and speculate too much on that, but there is a going theory that what we see flying around in flying saucers are not really from another planet. They're just from a different plane of existing on this planet. And they're like, effing with us. I'm not going to say one way or the other on that one. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? I don't consider Die Hard a Christmas movie, but it's a movie that takes place during Christmas. If that makes sense to you. Kind of like how I consider it what I call the alternative Christmas movies. And by alternative Christmas movies, I mean like Rare Imports. If you've never seen Rare Imports, holy crap, go watch Rare Imports. Silent Night, Deadly Night. This new movie that I just watched, Fatman, with Mel Gibson. I consider Die Hard more in that alternate Christmas movies where it's not really a Christmas movie, but it's a movie that takes place during Christmas. Although Fatman is definitely about Christmas because it's about Santa Claus. It's just not the kind of Santa Claus you've ever seen before. Y'all really need to watch Fat Man. Oh my God, it was so fun. No, I didn't watch Everybody Hates Chris. Best dish at Christmas dinner. For me, it's the ham. Love the ham. Nice big Christmas ham. Did you like the movie Kingpin? Oh, with Randy Quaid? Yeah. Randy Quaid and Woody Harrelson. Yeah. Very funny movie. I love that bit where Randy Quaid is in shock and he's just sitting in the back of the car and he's just stuck like. I love that bit. Got my spotlight right in my eyes when I did that. Oh. But yeah, I love that scene. Thoughts on the lack of supernatural stuff in Uncharted 4. I've spoken about that several times. It's one of the reasons I don't like Uncharted 4. Best first generation DLC, Sonic and Knuckles or Knight's Christmas special. I'm going to go with Knight's Christmas special. Thoughts on God of War 3. God of War 3 was a great game. I reviewed it. You should go watch my review. What's many years ago? What's the game that made you continue playing games to this day? Not any one particular game because I've never stopped playing. I started playing with Pong when I was like 3 going on 4, and I've been playing ever since. I never stopped. I have not, I have gaps during a year where I'll go, a month or so without doing any serious gaming because I'm involved in other stuff. But, I've never completely abandoned games for any period of time since the time that I was, 3.5. And I'm 46 now. So I've been playing games more or less for 43 years. I think Tom Holland balances Peter Parker and Spider-Man well, while Tobey Maguire was a better Peter Parker and only Spider-Man Andrew Garfield was a good Spider-Man, but a horrible Peter Parker. Yeah, somebody asked me about that on Twitter last week, and I kind of had the same sentiment. Did you like Star Trek? I never got into Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I just never got into it. Because I liked the fact that, Star Trek took place on like a different planet every week, but Deep Space Nine was always on Deep Space Nine. So I didn't get into it as much as the other shows. I liked Captain Sisko, but his son annoyed me, and the Ferengi character got on my nerves. 7th, how much money do you have at the moment for donations? Sorry, lol. We are at $57, I think. Yeah, we were at 57. Yeah. What the hell? I didn't do that. Piece of crap. You piece of crap! Yeah, we're at $57. And that reminds me. Wait, what the fuck just happened? Something just happened. What the shit? Ah, crap. I spoke too soon. Oh, Lord. Oh, Ultra Steel, what have you done? Oh, Lord, Ultra Steel. Why did you do that? Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. All right, well, I guess we're going to midnight for the first time in like 6 months. Holy crap. I just hope I can hold my pee that long. That means we've got 3 more hours to go, folks. 3 more hours to go. I gave you a Christmas present. Yes, you did. Holy crap. 6 hours. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it, Ultra Steel. Thank you. Oh, almost forgot. You get the dollar bill. Thank you, sir. That means that my retro emulation device has been fully paid for. But it still ain't getting here until mid-January to early February. But thank you, sir. Appreciate it. At some point, guys, I may have to turn off my camera and go to the bathroom for a minute. Just to let y'all know. I don't know when that's going to happen, but it might have to happen at some point. Wow. I've gotten so used to not making the donation goals that, I'll sit and just chug a bunch of water and whatnot while I'm doing these, because I only expect to be on here for 3 hours. Yeah, I have God of War remastered on PS4 as well, and on PS3. You'll be peeing into a blackjack bottle. Haven't had an... You're right. I think the longest we ever got extended on Twitch was to 10 o'clock. It's like, I think we made it to 75 one time on Twitch. But as far as like a full 6-hour stream, that hasn't happened for 6 months, since like before I left to go to Twitch. Thanks, 7th. You deserve it for giving me therapy for the whole pandemic. Well, I hope I helped everybody stay distracted from all this mess. I appreciate it. Thank you a lot, Ultra Steel, and everyone else who's donated tonight. Thank you. Thoughts on Twisted Metal 3? I never got super big into the Twisted Metal series because there was just something about the way they controlled that I didn't like. There's just something about it that I couldn't get behind it. Nope, couldn't get behind it. Nope. I just got Lords of the Fallen. Do you have any thoughts on it? It was super cheap. I know 8th didn't like that one. And the reason he didn't like it was because he considered it a joke because he said there was an exploit to it. Something like you could get through the whole game by just dodging left. Like every enemy in the game was especially susceptible to dodging left. I think that's what he said. And so that was like one of his least favorite Souls-likes that ever came out. Hope you and everyone else has a Merry Christmas. You too, Ultra Steel. You too. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. God, I've got a bunch of stuff to wrap. Oh my God, wrapping all those records individually. Oh. I seriously considered not wrapping his records because I bought him a record crate to hold his collection in. And I thought about just building his crate and then just shoving all the records in it and sticking it under the tree. But I don't know if that'd be as much fun for him. I don't know. Will you stop playing once physical media dies? I've always said so, but never say never. You know, I'll certainly not be happy about it. You can always order a urinal from Amazon. I think the next Fallout should be set in New Orleans so you can fight against giant snapping turtles. You provide a valuable service, 7th. You are an essential worker. Oh, am I? Well, I'm certainly considered an essential worker at my real job. I'm not going to say why. I mean, I work in IT, but my company that I work for is considered an essential service. So the only thing, we haven't had any layoffs. We had a company-wide furlough where everybody in the company had to go 2 weeks without work. So I lost a half a month's pay. But I was able to file for unemployment for those 2 weeks. And because of the way the unemployment was done, I ended up getting more than I would have gotten on my actual check. So, by a couple of $100. I hope they continue making them physical throughout the life of the PS5, but I have grave concerns about what comes after PS5. Grave concerns. Have you ever had a crazy experience with a fan in public? No. In fact, the only fans that I've ever met in public, really, I've been recognized in game shops once or twice, but for the most part, all of my real fan interactions have been at Retropalooza, where people have come up and, you know, oh, I've been watching you for years, and, you know, that kind of thing. And it's never been weird. You know, they'll ask me to sign something, usually like a Nintendo cart or something like that, or a PlayStation 3 game. I've signed a couple of PlayStation 3 games, which I'm always happy to do it. You know, I certainly do not consider myself a celebrity or someone that's worthy of having their signature on anything. But if someone walks up to me and says, would you sign this? You know, I just put my 7th on there, you know, the 7th level. Zombie, who was in here earlier, I've signed a couple of things for him, 1 or 2 things. And I did have a fan who came and you know, told me he was going to be there, and he showed up, and he came and found me, and I actually gave him an old NES cart, and I signed it for him. I can't remember what one I gave him. I might have been Back to the Future or something like that, you know, but it was an NES cart that he could say that was from me. And so, you know, I signed it on the back with silver Sharpie so it wouldn't ruin the front cover of the game, the label. Do you think they will at least have physical games for the life of the PS5? I already answered that. Our work was considered key workers as well, and they still got laid off. My entire team. Oh, that sucks, Kit. I'm sorry to hear that. That's what my company wanted to avoid that, and that's why instead of like laying off a certain number of people, they just said across the board, everybody is going to have a furlough of 2 weeks. So we're sharing the burden instead of making a certain number of people jobless. Everyone's just going to take an even cut so that we don't have to let anybody go. And that's how my company handled it. And I was happy to do it if it meant some of my coworkers would keep their jobs. I was happy to do it, and everyone else was happy to do it too. And like I said, it didn't really harm us any because we just filed for unemployment to cover the 2 weeks, and we were good. Now, some of the management, they instead of having 2 weeks, they had 4 weeks. But that's because they make a lot more money than us. But again, they got theirs back through unemployment. How old were you when you moved out on your own? I was ready to move out at age 20, but if you'll recall, my grandmother lived with us, and my mom made me promise that I would not move out until my grandmother had passed away, because she didn't want my grandmother to, in her accelerated age, to suffer the loss of me being gone. And so I made the promise that I wouldn't move out until she passed away. So, my grandmother moved out when I was my grandmother died when I was like 22, I think. And so after the funeral, I went and put a down payment or a deposit down on an apartment, and I moved out. I kept my promise, and a week after she passed away, I was gone. And don't say, "Oh, well, that's so mean. You should have stayed there because your mom would have been in mourning." Because the same week that I moved out to my apartment, they moved out, and my parents moved to Florida. I could have gone with them to Florida and stayed with them, but I chose to be out on my own, and so I got an apartment. I stayed in Tennessee for a while, and then like a year later, oddly enough, my company transferred me to Florida, but it was 3 hours away from where my parents were. They were living in Tampa, and I was living in Jacksonville. I highly doubt a PS6 will come out. Sony's probably taking the streaming route. Well, it's not going to... I don't think that they're going to have... Same with Microsoft. I don't think they're going to have what we currently think of as a traditional console. But I think even though they're going the streaming route, that they'll probably still have some kind of a brand box, basically it'd be a streaming box, like getting like an Android box or a Roku or a Amazon Fire Stick, that kind of thing. It'll be some kind of a streaming set-top box, and so the only innovation to it would be the controller. That would set it apart from anything else. The controller and whatever games are exclusive to their streaming platform. Basically like Stadia is what I fear is going to happen. I hope not, because Stadia sucks, but I'm starting to think we'll get one more generation of physical media. We'll see. It just depends. Most popular video character of all time besides Mario and Kirby. At one time, that would have been Sonic. At one time. Not sure now. Do you think Dennis the Menace should have been animated? Well, that live action movie was fine for what it was, but let's be honest, it was a ripoff of Home Alone. That's what it was. It was a ripoff of Home Alone. Let me check something real quick. Because Billy from the Game Chasers came in here, and the only thing he had to say was that his comments were being edited. We might, if the questions dry up like this, we might not make it to midnight. You guys might bail on me before then. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Where do you think you're going with Joker 2? I have no idea. Was that actually greenlit? I know they were talking about it, but I didn't think it had actually been greenlit. Do you overwipe or underwipe? Since I don't really know what you mean by that concept, it makes me really concerned about your personal hygiene, Jay. Do you prefer fake Christmas trees or real ones? Well, I would prefer to be able to do real ones, but they set my allergies off real bad, so I have to use fake ones. I can't stand to have a real one in there. It's basically like gives me hay fever. Do you have to wear a mask at work? No, I do not, because I work from home on a laptop over VPN. I haven't been in the office since March. And it's been so successful that it's looking like I may never have to step foot in an office again. I may just get to work from home from here on out. Do you like Shazam? Yes, I do. I liked the cartoon. I liked the live action show when I was a real little boy. And I liked the movie that came out recently. A couple of years ago. Whatever. Don't worry, 7th. I have enough questions to fill 3 hours. I bet you do, Chris. I just bet you do. So where are we at specifically? Because freaking Ultra Steel donated $74. We were at 57 when he did it. And I'm horrible at math in my head. We're at $131 right now. Good Lord. $131. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. You guys know, anytime you guys donate to me, it always goes right back into the channel. Something to give you guys something else to watch. And, I'm not tooting my own horn, but I can understand the need to have something to watch, the need to have somebody to interact with, I understand that. I don't have a personal need for it in my life because I'm I like my solitude. I kind of like to be in my own little private space, doing my own thing, not being bothered by people sometimes. That's why, I've got this little room here for doing my streaming. This is also where I do all my music production and all that kind of stuff. But even when I was younger, there were times where I would go out to hang out with friends and whatnot, but I wasn't that guy that every weekend had to be going somewhere. Every weekend got to be at the bar with my mates, or every weekend we're going to the pool hall and play some pool. That wasn't me. Some weekends go out with friends. Some weekends I go out with my late cousin Jim, and we go see a movie or something. And of course, go out on dates. But a lot of weekends I was just chilling and doing my own thing. Sometimes I'd pack up a suitcase and I would just throw it in the car and I'd drive somewhere I'd never been before just to see some place new. And I'd stay overnight in a hotel, go see the local sites, and then drive home. That was my favorite thing to do when I was younger. When I wasn't married, didn't have any kids, didn't have any kind of responsibilities other than my job and what bills that I had, I'd pack me up a backpack or a suitcase with one night's worth of stuff, and I'd hit the road and go somewhere I hadn't been before. and see all the sights and then come back. I did that with, I think the first time I ever did a solo road trip all by myself, I was 18. I think I was 18, and I borrowed my dad's car because he didn't trust my car, which was a piece of crap at the time, to make the trip. And I drove all the way. I drove from Chattanooga up to Nashville. And I had an uncle that lived there. And so I didn't have to pay for a hotel. I stayed in his guest room. And then, I went to Opryland and I went to a bunch of other places and just checked out everything Nashville had to offer. And so here I was, this 18-year-old kid, and I'm just walking around this town I've never been to before and checking out all these places I hadn't been before and seeing all these things. And I developed a taste for it. And so, up until the point where I got married, of course, and had 8th, that was something I did a lot, was just pick a place on the map that I hadn't been that was within a few hours drive. I'd get up super early that Saturday morning, drive out there, find me a cheap hotel, and then just see the sights, maybe score a little local ass, and then the next morning get in my car and go back home. The Faculty was okay. It's not one of my favorites. A movie that is sort of in the same vein as The Faculty, kind of, sort of, but has a totally different vibe to it and a much smaller budget, that I really like, was a movie called The Class of 1999. If you've never seen it, you should check it out. It's a trip. Have you ever rode on a locomotive? I've rode the Chattanooga Choo Choo, but I've never gone long distance on a train ride before, no. Magic powers. Did you like the State of Emergency film? I don't think I've seen it. Green Lantern should be featured in the Snyder Cut. I agree. Can neurotoxin create zombies? I have no idea. Do you like beef lo mein Chinese food? I've had it a couple of times. I don't dislike it. I mean, my go-to meal when I go to a Chinese restaurant is I get the pepper beef with pork fried rice and a couple of egg rolls. That's my go-to. Even when I went to at Epcot, 9 Dragons of China, great food. I got the pepper beef with they don't serve pork fried rice unless you buy it as its own dish. They don't serve it as a side. So instead I would just eat it on top of rice, but their beef was great. Oh my god, it was so good. I love 9 Dragons of China. It's one of my favorite restaurants at Disney. I like 9 Dragons. I like the Le Cellier Canadian Steakhouse. I like the Mexican restaurant at the Mexican Pavilion. I like Rainforest Cafe, but you can go to those outside of Disney, so I don't really count those. What's some other ones that I like? Don't like the California Grill at the Contemporary because it's kind of overpriced and pretentious food. It's like something you'd get at some restaurant in like Los Angeles or something, which of course is called the California Grill, so what are you going to expect? I love Ohana's at the Polynesian Resort. Great breakfast. Yeah, there's a lot of places that I like to eat at Disney, but 9 Dragons of China is one of my favorites. Their Japanese Kabachi grill is really good too. It's called Mitsukoshi Teppanyaki. Really good stuff. I ate at their French restaurant once. I did not like it. The food was very bland. It didn't have a whole lot of flavor. I don't know if that's a French thing or what, but it was very, very bland. No, I don't eat seafood. American Made. I drive the locomotive. So this is Brian. American Made is Brian, the guy that scored 8th his PS5. Do you like Joe's Crab Shack? No, because I don't like seafood. What place do you want to travel to taste new food in any country? Well, obviously, I want to go to Japan, but at the same time, Japan is very seafood heavy, and I don't like seafood. Same thing with Norway. Norway is kind of a big seafood place, from what I've been told. I'm not a big fan of British cuisine. I would love to go to London, but it would not be because of the food. It would be for other reasons. There's not really that many countries I can think of where I would want to be going there because I'd want to sample the cuisine. It would be more just about cultural stuff, to be honest with you. Do you think a zombie apocalypse could actually happen? I kind of doubt it, man. Better Shakespeare novel movie adaptation. Well, Shakespeare didn't really write novels. He wrote plays, but I get what you're saying here. Romeo and Juliet or 10 Things I Hate About You. 10 Things I Hate About You, if I'm not mistaken, was based on The Taming of the Shrew, I think. I could be wrong on that one. But I wasn't particularly a fan of either one of those films. Do you like Sonic Burger? Sonic Burger used to be a lot better than it is. It's not as good as it used to be, primarily because of the price. I think they overcharge for what you get nowadays. I used to eat at Sonic all the time because my first apartment actually had a Sonic right next door to it. So I could literally just, walk out of my apartment and walk next door to the Sonic. And this was back when Sonic's waitresses were still on roller skates. And, just have a waitress roll up to me and I'd say, yeah, let me get this to go. And, I'd get the Coney dog, or I'd get their chicken sandwich or something like that. That's also where Sonic was where I first developed a taste for peanut butter and banana milkshakes, because my bass player in my band was really big on peanut butter and banana milkshakes. And so he kept telling me, you got to try them, you got to try them. It's the best thing. And so I tried them and I got hooked on them. And so, that's why I still drink them to this day. That's why I still drink them to this day. So thanks a lot, Rob. I'm still addicted to them thanks to you. Thanks. It was a three-piece. It was a trio like Green Day. There was me on guitar and vocals. There was Rob on bass, and oh God, now I'm forgetting the name of my drummer. I'm getting old, guys. I'm getting old. I tried to look him up on Facebook the other day, and he had deleted his Facebook page. And now I can't remember his name. And I was just looking him up the other day. That's going to annoy me now that I can't think of that. Hold on a minute. It's me and Rob. Kevin. Me, Rob, and Kevin. Drummer's name was Kevin. His father was a old school Southern Baptist minister. And my bass player's father was a minister, but he was a minister of a non-denominational church. And they had built a new church building, a bigger church building, and the old church building was still up and stood next to the new building. But they didn't use it. And so we had that building all to ourselves whenever we wanted to practice. We'd go to that building and hook up all our gear. No one else was in it, you know, and we just made sure we never practiced during a church service so they wouldn't hear us across the parking lot blasting at full volume. And we'd go in that church, turn on our gear, and that was our jam place, man. Big church building, all to ourselves, with a stage, all to ourselves. And in fact, the first couple of shows we ever played, we held them in that building, charged $5 at the door to get in. And we would advertise it on the local college radio station. And so kids would come to this church building, and we'd charge $5 at the door, and we'd, get some other local band to play with us as like either the closer or we'd do the opening. We didn't really care. We just wanted to play in front of people. Mr. J.A. Allen, who actually provided a lot of very helpful advice for the creation of my my Smilin' Jack song back in October. How's it going, Jeff? How are things up there? You doing all right? Family doing good? Also, Jeff there, Mr. J.A. Allen, was the one who helped produce and mix my intro music for my videos, the theme song for my videos. Extremely talented guitarist. And he's a good friend. We used to work together. We used to work in IT together many years ago. This would have been somewhere around 2009, 2010, somewhere around in there. Wasn't for too long. It was only for a couple of months. I was with that company for like 6 months, and it was a contract job, and Jeff was there for maybe half of it, or just a couple of months from it. But we got to be good friends at work, and then my employment was terminated, and shortly thereafter, the company went out of business. And for a while there, maybe a year or two, I didn't hear from Jeff, and then he called me up out of the blue one day, and we got back in touch with each other. And then, of course, I ended up moving to Texas. But he's a good dude. A good dude. Who else tunes in late to watch 7th at double speed? I just started the stream. I probably sound like a drunk chickmunk. We are good. Rebecca's good. Kids are good. On vacation of the 29th. I resigned. Oh, you mean from where we work together? I couldn't remember if you stayed for the actual shutting down of the company or if you quit beforehand. I couldn't remember, man. I left the day of your termination, as I didn't know that. I thought you stayed on longer. Or at least I didn't remember it. My memory's starting to go, bro. My memory's starting to go. I'm starting to forget things fairly easily. I'm on vacation till January 6th. I'm on vacation for the next 18 days. I had a lot of unused vacation time. And so I told him I'm burning it all at the end of the year. I was like, from Saturday the 18th on, you are on your own. I'll see you next year. Oh, look, a troll. Isn't that just quaint? Oh, aren't you so precious? You're so original with your trolling too. Yeah, I commend you. I'm so upset right now. Jen stayed till the end, and they left them all. No package. The building was gone, and it's a highway exit now. Yeah, I remember you telling me that you drove past it not long after leaving there, and it was just a pile of rubble. I do remember that. I remember that much. But I didn't. I don't remember you telling me that you had actually resigned the day that they let me go. I didn't know that, or at least I didn't remember you telling me. I thought you'd stayed a little while longer, and then things just got progressively worse after I was gone, and then you either quit or they just uh, suddenly announced that they were shutting the whole thing down. That was just a that was I never should have hired. Honestly, I mean, I'm glad that I did because I got to meet you because of it. But I never should have hired on there to begin with, because they were hiring me to do a role that I had no experience on my resume to do, and they were like, "Oh, on the job training, you've got the experience on here where we know you can pick this stuff up." And then the guy that was supposed to train me had already been terminated. And so they had a guy that no longer worked for them calling me on the phone that was supposed to be teaching me how to do some of this stuff. Stupid. Oh, yeah. I got you. I remember this now. Yeah. Have you read any wrestler autobiography? Yeah, I've read Ric Flair's, Roddy Piper's, Bret the Hitman Hart's, Diamond Dallas Page's book. I read all of Mick Foley's wrestling books. I've read a bunch of those. Oh, Shadowhood, you are so getting under my skin. You're 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 practically Chad Warden, sir. Have you ever read any? Oh, I already answered that. See, I can't even keep track of the questions I've answered anymore, Jeff. I'm going downhill, sir. I'm going downhill. I mean, look at me. I almost look like Santa Claus. I've got more white in my beard than black anymore. That's terrible. 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 46 years old this month. I've turned 46. I'm now officially closer to 50 than 40. Seventh clause. I can live with that. I can live with that. I know you're older than me. I know you're older than me. Happy early birthday, sir. I still haven't managed to score that foot pedal yet, Jeff. At Christmas time, $300 is on myself is a hard thing to come by. I think I'm going to have to wait till my tax return check hits. I really want it though. I really want it bad, because I know you can get like effect plugins in Reaper, so you don't necessarily need a foot pedal. But I don't want to have to deal with that. I'd rather just have a foot pedal where I can just play with the dials and get the sound that I want, instead of having to sit and fiddle with all these different plugins and mess with them. I just don't want to do it. I guess I'm too old school. I know you can get a plug-in to make it sound like any kind of amp. You can get an Eddie Van Halen one that'll make your guitar sound like, Van Halen setup and all that stuff. I don't want to mess with that stuff. I just want the foot pedal, run it into an interface, set up all my presets, and go. I don't even need an amp. Just a foot pedal, run into an interface with some headphones so I can hear myself. That's all I want. I still use good old pedals, but switch now in the rack by MIDI. See, I'm not going to have a nice MIDI interface. I'm just going to have a singular little small interface box. That's all I'm going to use. And since I won't have to worry about a microphone picking up the audio of the drum track from my computer speakers, because it's all running through the audio interface, I can just have a headset plugged into my foot pedal or my interface, and I can hear myself playing guitar through that, take one of them off, hear the drums coming from the output of the PC, and that's how I'll be able to stay in time without having to worry about any digital delay that's hitting from it going into the PC. So I'll make it work. I'll make it work. I mean, I showed you the one I want. It's basically just a newer version of the one that you had when I was last over there. Black Mamba. What up? What up, indeed. Yeah, El Presidor is older than me, too. I know, he's in his 50s. Seventh, do you think PC games shouldn't be on console unless they're fully optimized for them? Yes. You know, they can say all they want about how those consoles are fully scalable with PC, but you know, there has to be optimization, or it just you can't just direct port over and expect it to work without any problems. I've been streaming for a long time, Black Mamba. What are you talking about? I've been streaming for years. That's the way we do it, the right way, no latency. Exactly. Exactly. Do you miss Gamers Alley? Yeah, I like that. Store. And I miss the guy that owned it, you know, because he always took care of me. He always did me right. Always did me right. Only reason we're getting the PS5 is Rebecca loves Horizon, and the new one made her go nuts. Yeah, it comes out next year, man. And the original one on PS4 is supposed to play even better on PS5. I haven't tried it yet. I know God of War on PS5 is 60 frames per second, though. Love your reviews, man. Keep it going. Yes, sir. Absolutely. I haven't done any reviews lately because, you know, we've had this transition from the old gen to the new, so I've been kind of holding off. Shadow, you're really bad at this. I'm just going to tell you now. Your troll game is kind of pathetic, man. You need to brush up on your skills before you try to get under the skin of someone like me. She won the 4. She beat the 4 version already. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't get as big into Horizon Zero Dawn because for some reason I've just never been really big on video games that put a lot of focus on archery. I don't know why that is. I mean, I loved archery when I was a kid. My dad would take me to the archery range all the time. I had my own compound bow, little small compound bow for kids, and you know, I loved going to the archery range. But for some reason, with video games, I just don't like it. Yeah. I mean, if someone's going to try to troll me, I want them to at least put an actual real effort into it. This kind of stuff, you know, this is like circa 2009, and it wasn't any good then. Especially as long as I've been doing this. I've been doing this for 11 years. As far as YouTube goes, I've been online as the 7th level since like 1992. I've already seen pretty much everything that a troll can do to somebody, you know? There's nothing new under the sun when it comes to trolling for me. There are trolls that are fun to watch. Yeah. I used to be one of them. Yeah, I've sent them packing more than once, Jeff. More than once. Did I like Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion? It was okay. I didn't like it as much as Skyrim, though. Ghost of Tsushima was a great game. Yeah, maybe I don't want Shadow to troll me. I would just be disappointed. I'm sure that it isn't the first time they've heard that either. Probably not. There's rumor of Jack and Dax coming back, being made by Mark Cerny. I don't know. He made guys leave media and cry. I saw it myself. It was great. Good times. That was when YouTube was fun. But now it's made it where you can't say anything mean about anybody. If you do, they're not going to respond to it and try to come back at you. Instead, they're going to get their little sycophantic nut hugger fans to come to your channel and try to flag it down for bullying. And so it's not fun anymore. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Have you ever dated a black or Latina woman? Yes and yes. When I was in Florida. 7th trolls my ginger soul all the time. You don't have a soul because you're a ginger. We've been over this. Yeah, I don't know, Jeff. Starting around 2012, 2014, everyone just started getting super sensitive. It's like that's when the participation trophy generation graduated from high school and got on the internet. It's made the whole enterprise just damn pathetic. I'm back. I fell asleep for a little bit. Well, I'm sorry I'm that boring, Shadow. I'm sorry I'm that boring. Oh, man. Man, oh, man. Can't even keep y'all awake no more, my old ass. But like I said, starting mid-January to early February, in addition to doing the 7th cast, I'm probably going to have like a couple of hours once a week where I sit and play old video games. Like I'll stream like how fast I can get through Ninja Gaiden, or maybe not speed runs, but just try to beat games like that, like old school games. Like, especially stuff like Ninja Gaiden, Mega Man 2, Bionic Commando, that kind of thing. You can't even have a proper argument with people anymore. They get so twisted. Yeah. And, if you don't have a far left view, you're disgusting. You're a disgusting bigot if you don't have a far left view. I'm right in the middle, man. I'm a live and let live kind of guy. I don't care what anyone else does in their own home. I couldn't care less who they date. I don't, or what they consider their gender. Do whatever you want. If you identify as like a little Debbie cupcake, then fine. I don't care. You do you. Don't care. But when you get to the point where, I am so-and-so and you are going to accept it and blah, blah, blah. I already accept it because I don't care. I don't know you. You do whatever you want. I am fully accepting of whatever you want to believe. But you're not going to shove it down my throat. First time father time over here. What do you mean by that? Did you forget to put on your raincoat, Jay? I see you guys had a troll. Sucks, I missed them. Well, didn't have a good one, so you didn't miss much. Eighth was better at trolling when he was 7 years old. Guy was a joke, man. Jesus. Oh yeah, well, you look funny. You should take off your hat and show that you shave your head. Well, I'm not shaving my head right now. I got hair up there. But I keep my hair cut close. But I still have a hairline. See, there it is. Right there. You should take your head off, Baldy. Yeah, I shave my head. I shave my head. Oh, you got gray in your beard. Oh. You used to be married and now you ain't. Oh, really? Newsflash. Jesus Christ. Dude, if that's the best you can do, maybe you should take up another hobby, like staring at paint or collecting stamps or something, man. That seems to be more your speed. What does show me your red actually mean? Show me your red means that every person out there has a little bit of redneck in them. So it's kind of a almost like a dare. You know, let's see your inner redneck. Show me your inner red. Show me your red. You know, that's where it comes from. It was something that me and some of my friends used to say, and it was basically like, I dare you to do this. You know, kind of our equivalent of the old Southern, you know, hold my beer. It's kind of like hold my beer. You know, show me your red. Or in Game Chaser speak, no nuts. Like, I bet I could beat you in so-and-so. No nuts, do it. Well, with me, it's, all right, show me your red. Lead paint. Well, at least we'd be free of them then. I'll be making more reviews, Black Mama. Don't worry, I'm not going to strictly streaming. I'll still be making videos. I've just taken a break because, to be honest with you, I did that Halloween song, the Smiling Jack thing, and I worked on that for like 2 weeks solid, and it wore me out. And I got so burnt out from the amount of work that it took me to make that song, which new songs won't take me as long because I figured everything out now. But when I did the first one, I was having to learn that program as I went, that Reaper. And so, I had a lot of growing room and figuring things out and pestering my friend Jeff here, how do I do this? How do I do that? And so, it took me longer than it normally would have to create one song. Back in the day when I was using old school Magic Music Maker, I could crank one out in 2 or 3 days. But it just kind of burned me out, and so I've taken a break from videos for the last few weeks because I was just maybe this has been asked, what's your first task on vacation? What's the first thing I intend to do on my vacation? Sit on my ass. I'm going to finish Cyberpunk 2077, watch all of my annual Christmas movies that I watch every year. I have been working on another song, but it's a cover of something that you won't be familiar with, Jeff. I'm doing a cover of a song that a friend of mine made on YouTube. But I'm taking his little Euro trash techno song and I'm turning it into a speed punk song. So we'll see how that goes. I'm still transposing everything. It doesn't have a traditional, verse, bridge, chorus structure, so I'm having to figure out how to make it work with what I do. Are you the greatest YouTuber of all time, and why is the answer yes? If that was true, there would be a lot more people watching me than there are right now. I can't claim to be the best YouTuber. All I can claim is to be the best 7th on YouTube. I'm replaying the Sly Cooper Clockwork boss fight. Still holds up. I was an adult when I played that game. Why is Wings of Redemption so sensitive? Because he tries to keep everything positive, because he thinks only keeping things positive will keep the money flowing in, because he lives off YouTube. But he doesn't realize that the majority of the people that watch him because they enjoy seeing him have breakdowns from people trolling him. He's a lulz cow, and he doesn't realize it. He's in lulz cow denial. I have no idea if Wings of Redemption is married or not. I kind of doubt it. Yep, we hit the $100 mark tonight. We actually we're at 131 right now. It's just that my donation bar doesn't go that high. So up here, it doesn't go past 100. I could set it higher, but I'd have to reset it to set it to. I could reset it right now to where it'd say 200, but that would also wipe out everything that had been donated so far. I'd have to manually key it in. I mean, I guess I could do that, but I'm not expecting anybody to donate anything more than that. We've already hit the goal. We're going to be here for another 2 hours no matter what. So, but I can do that. It ain't that big a deal. Let's see. Give me 2 seconds here. Let's go to my widgets. Let's go down to here, and we're going to end the goal. And we're going to put the link back in. And we're going to put just that. And starting amount. And after start goal. Oh. Okay. There. It didn't reset. I thought it would reset, but it didn't. I guess once you've started, it won't refresh. Oh well. Whatever. Doesn't matter. We hit the midnight goal, so it doesn't matter. If you had the opportunity to open up your very own fast food joint, what would you name it? 7th Shack. Do you think Sly Cooper needs to come back? I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but it's not something I'm clamoring for either. What is the worst channel on YouTube? That channel where it's just a bunch of changing like squares and circles with a weird beeping noise. That's probably the worst YouTube channel. Worst channel is probably run by Shadowhood. I don't think he has a channel. If you clicked on him, it'd probably say no videos and no subs. That account was probably made up just to comment on me. He's probably somebody that I'd already banned once, and they just made a new comment to come say the same old shit that people have been saying for 11 years. Got less trolling ability than God gave a stump. You know what I'm saying? Probably my channel. 7th yells at me over that. Well, that was because you weren't putting. See, your thing was you needed more regular content. You'd post a video, and then not post a video for 6 months. You're not going to build an audience posting a video every 6 months. Got to be consistent. That's part of what killed my channel. Was I went a couple of months without making anything, and it buried me. So now the algorithm doesn't recommend my shit anymore. Will we see a Knack 3? I highly doubt it. Have you seen his... I think you mean his Dark Materials on HBO Max. Yeah, I have. I mean, it was better than the Golden Compass movie that came out years ago, like 2007 or whatever. But still, I don't like that book series to begin with, so I'm not a huge fan of it. But for what it was okay. What's that channel called? I don't remember. I'm the king of making videos every 6 months. Well, if you want to, if you're just dying to be the king of something, besides a no-sold ginger, what's your favorite game of all time? Probably Link to the Past. I just really like The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past on Super Nintendo. That's probably my favorite. Although I do have a very strong lingering love for Bionic Commando on NES, and the reason being was because that was the first cartridge that I bought for my NES with my own money. Of course, the system came with Super Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt, but the first game I actually went out and bought for it was Bionic Commando. So it was also the first game besides Super Mario Brothers that I beat on NES, and I just loved that game. I played it and I played it and I played it until I pretty much just mastered it and could just speed run through it. And I don't know that I could do that anymore because it's been a long time since I played it, but I used to be quite good at it. Witcher Season 2 is coming out soon. Well, I hope so. I liked that show. For me, it would be the Little Big Planet franchise. I love the format. Well, it's not Little Big Planet, but there is a new Sackboy game on PS5, Jeff, but it plays more like a Mario game. It's not fully side-scrolling anymore. It's 3D, third-person 3D, kind of like Super Mario 3D World on the Wii U. And they've gotten rid of all the creation stuff, so now it's just a pure platformer. So no more level making in Little Big Planet. If you want to make your own levels, you got to buy Dreams instead, which was made by the original company, Media Molecule. What's the worst injury you ever had? I was in a really bad car wreck in the summer of 1995. A lady in her Ford F-150 drove over my brand new 1995 Ford Probe Sports Edition and nearly killed me. I didn't know it at the time. I thought I was fine because I was, once I woke up, I was high as hell on adrenaline, and so I wasn't feeling the pain that I was in. But, it cracked both my kneecaps, busted my nose, busted both my lips. I had glass embedded in my face and my arms. I had second-degree burn on the underside of my left arm. The muscle was torn in my left arm. I had to go to physical therapy for that. And I never was quite right after that. I've never really recovered all the strength in my left arm. So it automatically made me to where I wasn't as fast of a guitar player as I was before the accident, which I never was a great one anyway, but it made me even worse. And that was one of the things that ultimately led to me never getting more advanced in it than I did, because I knew that I was never going to be able to build up the level of speed that I wanted. That at best, and this is not saying anything against him, but at best, I would be doing, maybe I could get up to like an AC/DC style of guitar play as far as soloing and whatnot. At best, I was certainly never going to be, anywhere near Jeff's level, because I lost a lot of my finger speed and dexterity after that wreck. I mean, it tore all of this loose off the bone. I had to go to physical therapy for months afterwards. It was not pleasant. Let's see here. Let me catch up. Is Jar Jar Binks really a Sith Lord? I don't want to spoil anything for you. Should Netflix merge with another service, given the fact that Disney and HBO decided to merge with a... Well, Disney had already owned Hulu before they started Disney Plus. They had owned Hulu, or at least a majority share of Hulu, way before Disney Plus actually launched. Why do cops yell so much? Well, it kind of depends on the cop. Stranger Things season 4 coming soon. Yeah, I don't know how good that's going to be. We'll see. What was your favorite Christmas present you ever received? My first electric guitar. It was a used Peavey Falcon Classic, which was a clone of a Fender Stratocaster. It was basically Peavey's version of a Fender Stratocaster. And it had been owned by a teenage girl who sold it because she was going away to college and needed the money. And I wanted an electric guitar, and Dad bought that guitar from her and the amp. It was in brand new looking condition, didn't have a single scratch on it. And that was for I was 16 years old. I was 16 years old, and that was my Christmas present, and I loved that guitar. The amp sucked. The amp didn't have any built-in effects or anything to it, and my dad, after he bought that, didn't have the money to buy me any foot pedals so I could have some overdrive or distortion or delay or anything. So it was a twin 12 PV amp, and I played around with that thing trying to force distortion out of it, and I couldn't get any decent distortion out of that amp. It made me wonder if it really even was a guitar amp, because I don't remember specifics, but the knobs and everything that it had on it weren't the knobs that I'd seen on my friends' amplifiers. As far as like the different options on it, it was almost like it was. It was almost like it was a PA amp, almost like an amp that you would plug a microphone into or something. And so, not too long after that, when he realized I was going to be serious about it, we went to a local music store where he knew the owner, and he bought me a Crate G140, which was a little like twin 8 amp. But for a little twin 8 amp, that G140 packed a pretty loud wallop. And, it had all the effects and everything that I wanted on it, and that was my little go-to amp for a while. And then not too long after that, I came home one day and he had replaced my G140 with a full Crate half stack. And that thing was so damn loud, my neighbors hated me. Oh, God, my neighbors hated me. Seven, damn, keep it moving. For me, my father built me an 8 horsepower go-kart, got it in the house, and it was under the tree. Best Christmas ever, never repeated. My dad was not a builder. I mean, he built his own ammunition reloading shop in our garage, but as far as building things for me, his idea of building things for me for Christmas was putting the stickers on GI Joe vehicles. That was building for Christmas, because a lot of times I didn't have the boxes to open on Christmas morning. The night before, my dad would take them out of the box, throw the box away, and just put the thing together, and so the vehicle would just be sitting under the tree. And it had been that way since I was, as far back as I can remember. Like when I got Star Wars vehicles for Christmas, they weren't in their boxes, they weren't wrapped, they were sitting out fully constructed already under the tree. So there was like Darth Vader's TIE Fighter, a regular TIE Fighter, the X-Wing fighter, a couple of those little cheaper Star Wars play sets that had the cardboard backing with a plastic standee. I never got any of the big ones. Like I had the Hoth Ice base, but I never had the AT-AT, the big AT-AT. I never had the Millennium Falcon. I got all the mid-range Star Wars stuff. And, my parents always said, well, that's because, you ain't going to be able to fit something that big in your room. But I knew it was really because those were the most expensive ones and they didn't have the money, which was cool. Cops don't make that much. So, it was still fun. Let's see here. No, I just mute them. Do you think the Hogwarts game will be good? I hope it'll be good. I mean, it looks like it has potential anyway. Certainly can't be worse than some of the other previous Harry Potter games. Although, I platted the Half-Blood Prince. That one wasn't too terrible. It was very, very grindy, though. I do not have any problems with police officers. Do what they tell you, don't talk. Yeah, I grew up around them, so I grew up around them. A lot of my friends when I was a kid were police officers or the children of police officers because we all, hung out at the police service center and everything. I remember there was a really cute girl, and I knew her all the way up through my senior year in high school. Her name was Stephanie, and her dad was a cop. And she was easy on the eyes once she got to a certain age. She was the same age as me, and she was a little bit airheaded though. She was nice to look at, but she was kind of for the southern equivalent of a valley girl kind of thing. Yeah. By the way, it's 10 after 10, so we have 2 hours to go. So once again, you guys are going to get it. Here it comes. This is the third time I've gotten to use that tonight. You can thank Ultra Steel for that. What got you into Harry Potter? Eight's mom got me into it. I'd never read any of the books, but when the movie came out, she asked me to take her to see it, the first movie. And so, I liked the movie. And again, I didn't have any connection to the books. And in fact, I didn't start reading the books until the fourth movie came out. And then I'm like, I'm going to go see if there's anything more to the books than what's in the movies. And so, I enjoyed like the first handful of Harry Potter games. I liked the first one. I liked Chamber of Secrets and Prisoner of Azkaban, which basically played like a Zelda game. I hated the Goblet of Fire video game. It was pretty bad. Order of the Phoenix was okay. The Half-Blood Prince was okay. And then the Deathly Hallows ones were terrible because they were basically god-awful third-person shooters using magic. It was stupid. Do I like 8-Bit Eric? Yeah, 8-Bit Eric's cool. We've hung out at Retropalooza. He only lives 90 minutes from me. If it wasn't for all this coof stuff, me and Eighth could hop in the car and drive down there and hang out. But he lives about 90 minutes away from me. I'm closer to him than I am to the Game Chasers. The Game Chasers are 3 hours north. Eric is 90 minutes south. I received my Gibson CS Kramer 1984 7th. I'll send you a pic. It's incredible, down to the original big banana headstock and all. Oh, yeah, I'd like to see that. One day, Jeff, I will find a 1991 Robin medley that has all the same equipment. I don't care what the color is. I want that guitar back, man. One day, I will find it. One day. I miss that guitar so damn much. My friend Anthony said he could build me one that would feel just like a Robin. Because he was the one that turned me on to Robin guitars in the first place, and he still has his red Robin medley. And he said, in his shop, he could build one that would have the exact same feel and sound to it. Problem being is, he charged me $2,500 for it, and I don't have $2,500. I still want to come down and do a stream together, looking at February to come to Texas. Well, I will be here. I will be here. Well, I don't have the money to buy it. If you did find one, Jeff, I wouldn't have the money to buy it, man. Christmas has strapped me out. I might be able to get one next year, depending on how big my annual bonus is. We'll see. We'll see. We'll set up particulars. I'm serious. We'll talk later. Okay. That's cool. That's cool, man. I mean, I would want to know, definitely whenabouts it would occur, so that I could make sure that, you weren't down here on like a day I was working or something. Like I could take a day off. We'll figure it out. Do you like the black and white Christmas Carol? I don't think I've ever seen it. I know. My mom really liked it. I can remember her talking about it years ago. What would you do if you won $500 million tax-free? I would pay off all my debts. I'd buy me about a 2,500 square foot house. I would set 8th up, and then I would pay off the debts of my closest friends and family, and then I would put the rest of it in some kind of interest-earning retirement account and live off the interest until I died, and then leave everything else that was left to 8th. It'll be around your schedule. Mine's flexible. Okay. That's cool. The only thing that would concern me with that would to be that you were coming when you would be able to actually get the most out of it, because some stuff is open down here and some stuff isn't, and I don't want you to come down to a place that's known for its music and its concerts and its festivals and all that, and none of it's going on because of the coof. But if you're just coming down to hang out with me, that's a different story. Now that I live in, I don't really know, Jeff, which one my mom watched. I would assume it was the one from the 50s. What is the worst toothache you ever had? Every day. I have an impacted wisdom tooth right here. I've had it for years. And, I have my good days with it and I have my bad days with it. I just haven't, I don't know why, but it's just something that I've gotten so used to having it that I don't think about it. And so, I've never gotten around to going to a dentist to get it pulled out. Well, they have to keep me talking somehow, 8th, because we met the donation goal, so I'm on here for another hour and 40 minutes, man. Would you like to see a sequel to Shadow of the Colossus? I don't think that's a good game for a sequel. I think that one is a one and done. Have I ever watched the show Californication? No. No, I've never watched it. What was the easiest war that could have been avoided? Vietnam. That could have been avoided because it was, it wasn't a real war. It was us trying to make moves, and so we falsified an attack to justify us going in there. Never should have happened. We were in there because they wanted us in there. Stupid. Same thing with the second Gulf War, really. Saddam Hussein didn't have jack shit to do with 9/11. Come on. That was George W. Bush wanting to get revenge for them trying to assassinate his dad. That's what that was. Is the PS3 still worth buying in 2020? If you could find one in good working condition, there's a lot of good games to be had on the PS3, and it still connects to the PSN. You can still update your trophies and everything with it. I have a brand new sealed PS2. How much do you think is our original PS2 or PS2 Slim? Because if we're talking about original PS2 and it's box sealed, never been open, I can pretty much tell you what it's worth now. Let's see. Let's take a look. Find out right now. Let's see. Well, I don't have a price on the original PS2, but the PS2 Slim, the silver system, complete in box, still sealed, never been opened, is the most recent one sold for $281. $281 for a box PlayStation Slim. As far as like base PlayStation 2, let's see. New in box, the most recent new in box, still sealed PlayStation 2 original unit sold for $224. There was one sale of one that had been officially graded, and it sold for $849. But, you know, I think mostly that grading stuff is a ripoff. So I think the grading stuff is kind of a joke. It's a scam. Yeah, the CD drive's usually the first thing to go on those. I mean, a lot of moving parts in a CD drive. It's always going to be the first thing to go. Seventh, I know the PS5 is new, but when do you think we can expect a price drop? You might see some kind of a deal for Black Friday next year, but I don't think it'll be a permanent price drop. It'll just be a seasonal thing. Actual price drop, probably not until like the 2-year mark at the soonest. Jeff, I still have my PS2, but I have to adjust the DVD drive all the time. Yeah, I've got one sitting up there on the shelf. I just don't... I couldn't tell you the last time. I have both a PS2 and a PS2 Slim up there, but I couldn't tell you the last time I actually turned either one on. Because I haven't been playing much retro PS2. I've been mostly playing the old retro stuff, like, 8-bit and what have you. What's the last physical media you bought? PS5 games. If The Last of Us TV series is successful, what do you think will be the aftermath results? A bunch of trash. Neck's getting stiff. I have my original PS2 Slim, and for Christmas I wanted to send my laser out to get it fixed, just didn't have the money. I think it's better. I mean, obviously, with everything going on right now, this ain't the best time to do it. But if I have a console that goes out, I always prefer to either try to learn how to fix it myself, buy all the parts that I need and fix it, or find a good local retro shop, typically a good local retro shop has someone on staff that knows how to do the repairs needed for these consoles, and they're usually pretty fair priced, and will get it done for you faster and cheaper than mailing it somewhere to get it fixed. But really, the best way to do it is just watch some tutorials on YouTube, learn how to do it yourself, and buy all the parts you need. I need a soldering iron and I need a BIOS USB. It's doable. It's doable. There's tutorials all over YouTube that'll teach you how to do it, and if you've never used a soldering iron before, which I don't have a tremendous amount of experience with a soldering iron. I've never really had to, for the most part. I have a little bit of experience with one, but not a tremendous amount. But that's usually the best way to go, is just teach yourself how to do it, and then you'll never have to pay for a repair ever again, aside from buying the parts you need. That's what I did. Learned how to align my own laser. True. Exactly. Well, of course it'll go up in 10 to 20 years if you never open it. Sealed is always going to be like the most valuable, are the ones that have never been touched, never been opened, pristine. Why hasn't Microsoft made a Halo TV series yet? Well, there's been web series, officially sanctioned web series. Why they haven't done a TV series? Probably for the same reason that a movie never got made. The Hollywood just didn't think it'd be successful. Yeah, I like the look of the original PS2 better than the Slim, but the thing that I liked about the Slim was its convenience, because at the time that the Slim came out, I was working as a traveling technician. I would drive all over the place, going to schools and colleges, installing computer learning labs and teaching the teachers how to use them. And so I spent a lot of time staying in hotel rooms. And so, the PS2 Slim was a lot easier to carry around than the Fat. And so, I'd take the PS2 Slim with me, and that was a video game system and a DVD player. So I never had to worry about not having anything good to watch on the hotel TV. I just hook up my PS2, and I'd have my movies and my games, and I'd be all set. I was in hog's heaven. Kept me out of trouble, kept me from going to bars and stuff, and ended up being too drunk to go back to the school the next day. I just sit there and play video games all night. I don't know what's going to happen with Halo Infinite. We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of trouble going on in that studio right now if the rumors are true. 7, when it comes to gaming, do you think scalping should be illegal? Yes. My original first run PS3 is minty, but no value yet. Yeah, I'd like to have I don't want the 60 gig fat. I want the 80 gig fat, because it still played PS2 games. I used software emulation, but it worked. And I would like to have the 80 gig fat model, like a refurbished one. I'd love to have that, but I don't. The only PS3, I have the Slim, which is in 8's room, and we have the Super Slim, which, is in my stuff. Bought it in New York City the week of release. Was so much fun. My first Blu-ray. Yeah, I loved my PS3 when I first got it. My first PS3, 8th accidentally broke it. I didn't keep my PS3 on the TV stand. When I wasn't using the PS3, it went in a storage bag that I kept behind a table next to the couch. And 8th had come downstairs and gotten him a can of Coke, and he had set it on that table, and he got to playing around, and I was watching TV or something, and he threw a ball, and the ball hit that can of Coke and poured it right down inside the bag, and poured that Coke right into the exhaust vents of the PS3 and shorted it out. And so I put it back in its box, and I went to Best Buy, and I was like, yeah, I bought this, and I've lost the receipt, but I bought it here and it just stopped working. I don't know. And they were, well, when did you buy it? Oh, I don't know, 29 days ago. And they're like, well, okay. And they gave me a new PS3. I had no receipt, no extended warranty, no nothing, and Best Buy gave me a new PS3. And they took the old one. They took it. If you want it, I'll send it to you. Dude, you don't have to send me your PS3, man. Shit. You don't have to send me your PS3. I mean, I have a perfectly functioning PS3. You don't have to do that. Hold on to your stuff. Now, if you should find a 1991 Robin Medley that's got the original PJ Marks humbucker with two individual PJ Marks pickups with the Kaler Spider tremolo on it, with the natural wood grain and the reversed headstock, you know the one. You happen to find one of those, let me know. But I don't want you to be sending me your PS3, man. Don't do that. You should keep that. That's some gaming history right there. That is a physical embodiment of a memory of something that you did in New York. That's something that I would never sell or give away, because that would, every time I'd look at it, I would think, I bought that in New York. Some of this stuff, it's not just a game console. It's also tied into the memory of when you went and got it, who you were with, what the circumstances of it were. It's not just a video game console. It's a keepsake. It's a memory. It's a piece of who you were at the time that you bought it. And so I would prefer that you keep that. Work through 7th for it. 7th, I think people forgot what a 6-hour stream was like since it's been so long and they're a bit fatigued with questions. Probably so. Look what you wrought. Look what thou hast wrought. I don't think I have thought of it that way. Wow, maybe that is something to think about. Right. I mean, if you had just gone if you had just gone to Walmart and bought your PS3 at the Walmart, then I can understand, I just want it out of my house. But if this was something that, for example, for the sake of argument, you said you bought it in New York, right? If you had gone to a game store or whatever that you bought it at, and you bought it at one of the few gaming stores that still exist downtown in New York, and you had one of your former bandmates with you when you did it in a band that you're no longer in anymore, I would not want you to give that away, because that's a memory of you, something you went and did with your friend, for example. I'm just, hypothetical. That's all I'm saying. If you don't have any special memory tied to it in that way, and you're just trying to clear room, I will give it a good home. But if it's something that, has a special memory tied to it, especially that, it's a reminder of when you lived in New York and that kind of thing, then that's something you ought to hold on to. The GameStop on Madison Avenue. Wow. You see? And I mean, we don't need the PS2 because we've already got both models of the PS2. I was just talking about the fat PS3, but again, because I haven't had a fat PS3 in years, but again, I don't want you to give it up if it's got some, once you stop and think about it, that you've got some emotional attachment to it. But if it's just a matter of you just wanting it out of the house, you know, they'll have a good home here. They'll go right on that shelf behind me with the other stuff, proudly displayed and dusted and occasionally hooked up to play. That would probably become, you know what the PS3 would become, that particular model PS3, it would become my go-to for playing PS2 games because of the backwards compatibility on it. No, I am not making the 7th cast 6 hours every weekend. Are y'all wanting to kill me? Are y'all wanting to kill me? There's a reason why I made the top goal $100, so it'd be harder to hit. Maybe I should change it to 200 if you're going to be talking like that. PS2 Slim was better overall because of the disk drive compared to the fat PS2. Yeah, I mean, no, not really. It's cooler for you and 8th with the story. Then it's done. Let's get it to you. All right, Jeff. All right. Hold on a minute. Hang on a minute. I think I already gave you this, but hold on. Let me go over here. Hold on. Where's my stuff? Where's my stuff? Hold on, Jeff. There you go. It's waiting for you on your Facebook. Yeah, you're not the first person that's offered something like. I've got another friend, not as close as you and I. But he and I were friends years before you and I ever met, and he offered earlier in the year to send me a Turbo Express, which is basically a handheld TurboGrafx 16. Then he found out that the capacitors in it had blown, and he wasn't comfortable enough with the process of replacing the capacitors himself. He knows his way around a soldering iron, but he preferred to send it to this guy to get it fixed. And then this happened and that happened, and so he hasn't ended up sending it back to the guy to fix it. So that's kind of in limbo. And then, of course, my friend who I gave my 1995 stereo to years and years ago, this was a 1995 Technics rack stereo. He sent it all back to me with the exception of the tuner. He wasn't able to find the radio tuner, but he sent the stereo back to me. And so when 8th found out about it, it suddenly became 8th's stereo. So he now has this massive rack stereo system in his room with the big receiver and the CD changer and dual tape deck and record player and big tower speakers that really pisses the neighbors off because it's so ridiculously loud. And that's why he's gotten into collecting records, because he now has this record player, and so a lot of his Christmas this year are going to be records that he wanted. So hey, rephrase then erase. Yep, we hit the $100. In fact, we're actually at 131. Should I wait to buy a PS5 Pro or PS5 Slim? Well, that depends on how badly you want to play the games coming out for it. The laser sticks on my PS2 Slim. How do I fix it? There's videos online for that on YouTube. Do you think they should make a Halo film now based on the success of Sonic? I don't know that a Halo film would go over the way Sonic did. Sonic came out at a time where people were looking for a good family film to take their kids to. That's not what Halo is. And also, Halo is not going to have Jim Carrey in it. Do you meditate? No. I've always felt that the 7th cast top goal should be 7 hours because it's the 7th cast. I have done an 8-hour stream once. And it's because I felt so guilty because I made it up to like $400 and something in donations that night from two or three guys that were competing with each other, trying to outdo each other on donations. It was insane. And so I felt guilty about it, and I did a full 8-hour stream that night. Also, give Rebecca and I shipping advice so it gets there Mindy as well. I know they require some different care. Well, mainly you just want to make sure that that they're wrapped really well so that they're not going to be jostled around in the box. You want to make sure the box is marked as fragile. I would wrap them in bubble wrap. Make sure everything is wrapped in bubble wrap. Make sure the individual parts like the controllers are individually wrapped so that they're not bouncing around in there. Just make sure that there's no wiggle room for it to shuffle around, and make sure that it's marked as like fragile electronics or what have you. I'd go through UPS. They are better than FedEx in my opinion, and certainly better than the USPS. You should see the shape of some of the boxes that I get from the USPS, man. It's ridiculous. See you later, Master Millions. Thanks for watching. How many glitches have you encountered in Cyberpunk? Just your usual Havoc engine stuff, like killing a guy and he's stuck in the air and that kind of stuff. And even then, not very often. And I've had, out of 20 plus hours of play, I've had 2 crashes. 7th, how would you fix the Jurassic World franchise? I would pretend that the second one didn't exist. I liked the first one. The second one was terrible. Do you like the movie Me, Myself, and Irene? Absolutely. Jim Carrey as Deadpool? I don't know about that. I think Ryan Reynolds was about as perfectly cast as it could get. Okay, excellent. Done. All right, Jeff. All right, sir. I will appreciate it. But again, if you had any personal attachment to it, I wouldn't want you to do it. But anyway, I already said that. Jim Carrey's Dante. I was there for the stream under my previous account, Christopher G. Yeah. Yeah, that was a night, man. That was a night. Jim Carrey played Riddler. Remember that? Yeah, badly. That was not a good interpretation of Riddler. It was not a good interpretation of Two-Face either. Do we need a Deadpool 3? We don't need one, but I want one. We don't need one, but I want one. So yeah, the next big thing that I'm going to be saving for is the foot pedal that me and Jeff were talking about, so I can have a better quality guitar audio on the songs that I'm going to be doing in the future. I mean, it sounded okay, passable for the song that I did, the Smilin' Jack song, the Shining song. It was passable. It was certainly better than the older stuff that I did back before I met Jeff, when I was just using a little, guitar to RCA jack and just running through an old Roland foot pedal directly into my computer. It certainly sounded a lot better than that, but it still didn't sound great. So, that'll be the next thing that I'm saving for. So all the donations after are going to be going towards that. Do you have a New Year resolution? Just to not catch the coof. That's the only thing I'm focused on next year. Not catch the coof. Because, I haven't been going out there and doing a lot of stuff. I've been, since March 3rd, I've been out of the house maybe 3 times since March 3rd. Because I work from home. 8th goes to school from home. Get the groceries delivered. The only time I go out is when I've absolutely had to. Well, with one exception. I really, really wanted a steak. It'd been a long time since I had a restaurant quality steak, and so I did curbside service. But, I wore my gloves and I wore my mask and I went and picked up the steak. And I went out and purchased a new firearm. And then I went and had my car inspected. And other than that, aside from driving to get curbside restaurant service every now and again, I certainly haven't been going to game stores or half price books, or certainly haven't been going to see any movies. We have been pretty much, for the most part, home since March 3rd. Gonna throw in some cool extras for you. Oh, geez, Jeff. Oh, Lord. I don't deserve you. I really don't. Do you miss interactions with other people? I miss friends that that I don't get to see. Of course I miss Jeff. I haven't seen him in person in years at this point. Uh, and I miss getting to see my Retropalooza friends. I miss getting to see Billy and Jay and 8-Bit Eric and Wood and all those guys. I miss my friend Brian. Brian came to the house to deliver 8's PS5 to him, and but he didn't come in. He just dropped it off at the porch and waved to 8th and then left. So I didn't even get to see him, which I understand why. He's being cautious like I am. And yeah, it is what it is. But again, I'm kind of being cooped up in the house doesn't bother me because I'm a solitary guy. Like I said, I like to be in my space working on my stuff. It's probably affected 8th more than it's affected me. In fact, I would say assuredly that it bothers 8th more than it bothers me. If someone donated $10,000, would you do a 24-hour 7th cast? Sure. Why the hell not? If someone donated $10,000, sure, I'd do a 24-hour 7th cast. And I'd donate half of it to charity and keep $5,000. Donate the other $5,000 to Toys for Tots or something. I remember one of your streams, I got really drunk and started talking. What does that pedal do? Well, it's a multi-effects foot pedal. It's got multiple pedals that you can program your different effects to, so you can tap it with your foot and turn different effects on and off, different presets. It's got a built-in wah pedal on it. It'll just allow me to get that custom sound that I want. What level are you on PS4? Like 140, 141, something like that. Or no, that's how many platinums I have. Level-wise, I'm 520. I'm level 520. My New Year's resolution is more sleep. Do you miss... let's see here. Jim Carrey played The Mask too. I think he would have been the perfect... I was saving to go to Retropalooza to see you and everyone else. Sucked having to wait on that. Yeah, we still don't have any firm word on if Retropalooza is going to be back this year. I do know that he's planning one of their swap meets, but I don't go to the swap meets. I go to the full-on conventions. When he gets the box, I want a 7-hour 7th cast. Then we're... Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. You don't know what you ask for, sir. But if that's a requirement, I guess I'll figure it out. 7th, why did you not leave Sega after the 32X nightmare? Because they were still making great Genesis games besides the 32X. There was still good stuff coming out for the Genesis at that point. And the games that I was seeing as far as like what was coming out for the Saturn didn't concern me, or it looked like the system that I would want because of the games that were coming out for it. I loved Daytona USA, I loved Virtua Fighter. I mean, what wasn't to love? Believe me, when they get it, he will. Lord Jeff, Lord. It's a good thing you're not out and about like the rest of us. Studies report that extensive use of the N95 mask will eventually cause permanent lung damage. Well, I don't even have an N95 mask. The mask that I use is this one. Looks like this. And it's got replaceable cloth filters on the inside. That's what I've been using. It's not considered N95 grade. But, you know, the plus side is that I go out so rarely that, you know, I haven't had to worry about buying a whole bunch of replacement filters. I would wait until it's safe anyway. Yeah, that would be my biggest concern for Jeff, you know, is that, you know, he might want to wait to come down here until after the vaccine has been spread around, so, you know, he doesn't have to worry about potentially catching it from me or Eighth or what have you. That would be my biggest concern. I want him to be safe. Because you never know. You know, I trust myself. I trust Eighth. But I don't necessarily trust the other people out there that we have, you know, random interactions with, whether it be the lady at the Taco Bell that hands us our food, and on the rare occasion that we pick up Taco Bell, or the lady at the CVS pharmacy window that hands me my medication that I have to take every month. Rebecca already got the vaccine already, and she's that's right. She's she's a nurse, so she's first responder. She's front line, so she'd already have it. Yeah, pushing for me to get it. Yeah, if you're given the opportunity to go ahead and get it, and she didn't experience any negative effects from it, then you should probably go ahead and get it. Do you do your Bane impression anymore? Do it for everyone now, 7th, please. That would be great. Do it for me, please. You realize that my Bane impression was augmented by a voice changer, right? I was recording that and then using a pitch shifter to lower my voice down. When I do it just normal way, it doesn't sound right because my voice is too high pitched for it. So it ends up sounding higher pitched than it should. And even then I have to kind of cut myself even with a mask on. Season first, your spirit or your body. It's too high pitched. You know, I did that video to Shokyo, and I was like, first we crush you, and then your body. And I can't do it deep enough with my own voice. I had to lower it, you know. The League of Shadows. You know what doing Bane is basically doing a Sean Connery impression and then just cupping your voice. Yeah. You and then your body. It's just a Sean Connery impersonation. That's all it is. Dr. Evil, yes. Yeah, my that was a video that I did in response to the Truth Setting You Free. It was called the Arch Nemesis. This man, Harvey Dent. Give it to you, the people. And plus, you could alter it by getting your mouth really close to the microphone. Like, what a lovely, lovely voice. Oh, shit. This man, Harvey Dent. But that's how I got it so right though, was after I recorded it, I threw a lot of delay on there, and then I pitch shift it down like several points to where my voice was more like this, and then it sounded really good. But I can't do it naturally. I can get the tone, or I can get the sound, but not the tone. The tone is too high. I need to have my little voice changer to really get it right. I can't do Darth Vader, man. I can't do James Earl Jones. Come on. I did do a decent Dr. Evil, back in the day. Do you consider PS3 underrated system? Yeah, I do. The Dark Knight Rises has the worst death scene I've ever seen in Super. Yeah. Seventh knows how good my Bugs Bunny is. This is the only impression nailed. Well, it's better than my best nailed impression. My best nailed impression, and I mentioned this last week, is the recorded cue line voice from Thunder Mountain Railroad at Disney World, where you're standing in line waiting to get on Thunder Mountain Railroad. That's my only 100% nailed impression. And it's because I stood in line so many years to ride that ride that, I memorized the whole thing. And which, it went something like this. Howdy, folks. Please keep your hands and arms inside the train and remain seated at all times. Hold on to them personal belongings now, especially them hats and glasses, 'cause this here's the wildest ride in the wilderness. Do I think Amber Heard is going to get... No, she's making Amber Heard is making $30,000 to show up and speak about about spousal abuse and domestic violence. Can you believe that? Do a Captain Spaulding? No! My Captain Spaulding was crap. I didn't sound anything like Captain Spaulding. The only thing that was good about it was the makeup. I had the makeup good. But I couldn't do his actual voice, because he had this very specific southern sound to his voice, and it was an accent that I couldn't replicate. That was awesome. Rebecca says that's a perfect impression of her dad. Well, then I guess her dad sounded just like the old mining prospector voice guy that told you how to get into the ride at Thunder Mountain. Happy 46th birthday. Thank you, Rain. I appreciate it. Okay, Seventh, now do that Disneyland ride impersonation with a drunk accent. Drunk? I don't know. Howdy, folks. Please keep your hands and arms inside the train and sit your asses down. Hold on to your hats and purses and all that shit, 'cause this ride's gonna fuck you up. There went my ad revenue. Well, I'll be watching Tenet. Not if I have to pay for it. I'll watch it when it's free. Watched your Wii U review. Video looks like good toilet paper, yeah. How do I get blocked? Do stupid stuff. Never knew you could watch from the Streamlabs website. I didn't know that either. He had a Louisiana accent. Well, yeah, I've never been that good at that accent. The whole Creole thing. Never been my thing. All right, Stranded J. See you later. Rocco's Modern Life. Get back. Now that's how it should sound, 7th. Oh, okay. Do it again. The regular one. She's listening. The regular one, not the drunk one. All right, I'll do it again. Hold on a minute. Howdy, folks. Please keep your hands and arms inside the train and remain seated at all times. Hold on to them personal belongings now, especially them hats and glasses, 'cause this here's the wildest ride in the wilderness. I'll never forget it. As long as I live, I will never forget that. No, we do not gnaw on our kitty. Stroke him, love him. Finally, 7th, you've reached the final hour. Holy crap! I forgot. Remaining. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Ultra Steel. You too. Do you like Pineapple Express? Yeah. That's actually one of me and 8's favorite comedies is Pineapple Express. She's losing it. That's awesome. Thanks. She is welcome. It's 12 here. I love Central Time. Yeah. I mean, I can't even do an impression of my dad. You know, my dad sounds kind of like me, but he had a deeper voice than I do. And you know, he was a guy that'd say stuff like he'd be like, I told him to stop spray painting. And he wouldn't stop spray painting. So then I had to institute the proper attitude adjusters. That's not what my dad sounds like, but he sounded kind of like that. And he'd say, always remember, those who don't listen have to feel. We got 1 hour left. Do you think a nuclear war will happen one day? Possibly, sooner or later, unless the good Lord intervenes. 7th, why did so many people leave Sega the 5th generation for the PlayStation? Because PlayStation was $100 cheaper and it had more games. It's that simple. Had more better games and it was $100 cheaper. Yeah, but Jeff, from my perspective, some of the generations seem to, present company excluded, it seems that each concurrent generation gets a little bit worse than the last one. A little bit more whiny and a little bit more entitled. Quick, somebody donate another 100 so he'll do 3 more hours. Jesus, y'all trying to kill me. Remember Joey Diaz in Spider-Man 2. He's cast in Spider-Man 3 now, confirmed. Okay. Do you think the PS5 will outdo the PS4 in overall sales? Potentially. I mean, it has sold quite well since it came out. The U.S. Civil War is underway. Yeah, but it's going to be a different kind of... If we do end up in another Civil War, it'll be a different kind of Civil War. It's not going to be like the Civil War before, where you had states seceding from the Union. This is going to be something different. And it's not necessarily going to be a physical war where people are actually out in the streets shooting at each other either. It's going to be something different and unprecedented if they don't hurry the hell up and fix things fast. Thoughts on Undertaker and Kane? Well, I loved Undertaker, not so much Kane. Kane was okay. I don't know about that, Master Millions, but I do know that Toby's going to be in the 3rd Spider-Man film. But a civil war like what we had before, that won't repeat. That's not going to happen. But it's going to be something totally different. It's going to be not so much like an actual, physically fought civil war. It's going to be more like a coup if it happens, leading to a more of a potentially a socialist dictatorship. But yeah, then there's a lot of things that have to happen in a very specific way for that to take place. So, you know, we will see. I mean, all you have to do is look at other countries that have gone through things to get an idea of how it could potentially go. And there's two different ways that it can occur: a violent way and a non-violent way, both leading more or less to the same result. So, as long as we can remain in a two-party system that works, we can avoid it. If we get into a situation where one party has perpetually more power and influence than another party, to where we effectively become a one-party state, America as we know it won't be America anymore. I am not either party, but I understand the need for there to be more than one voice governing things. The Republicans need to get their shit together, and the Democrats need to get a firmer grip on their far left, liberal, younger people that are coming in. We need some level heads on the left, and we need some serious damage control on the right, so that everybody can come in the middle and get things actually done and working again. And that's as far into politics as I want to get. That's actually way farther than I'd normally go. A cyber attack from Russia. Well, I wouldn't consider that necessarily a political thing, because that affected a lot of companies, including the one I work for. I spent quite a bit of time this week having to answer emails about what's the reference number for when you created this account, who did you create it for, what date was it created on, is this a valid ticket, or did you create this? And so I had to go and look at all these lists of accounts that I've created over the past 3 months and send them my invoice numbers for where I created them and who they were created for, who requested it, who approved it, blah blah blah, put it on a big spreadsheet, send it back to them, to prove that everything that I'd created from a security standpoint over the last 3 months was actually created by me and approved by a proper person for an actual employee that exists, etc., etc. Security stuff. So fun. Basically, any company that still had active licensing in SolarWinds is basically what it is, which SolarWinds was kind of a network management system that allowed you to monitor the network connections of all your different locations across the country. So you would use it to, if a particular location, their internet was down, it would show you that location was down, and you could open it up and look to see what it was that had failed, if it was like a router somewhere, or if it was the actual P1 circuit or whatever it was. So it was, then you could call out to your provider and say, hey, this location's down, I need a technician out there, the P1's not responding. That's what it's used for. And there's a lot of companies out there that used it, and apparently someone found an exploit in that program, and there you go. Luckily, we had been moving away from SolarWinds, and we're going more towards a managed system. I'm not going to say through who, obviously, but we still had the software. And so, we still got hit by it, but we didn't get it hit. We didn't get hit as bad by it as other companies out there. Favorite Jaws movie moment? The storytelling part where they're sitting listening to him tell the story of his ship going down and being stranded in the water with the sharks and everything. But, yeah. What's your favorite Star Trek intro? The music in Star Trek 2. From James Horner. Well, it's a constant struggle in IT because no matter what kind of security implementations that you put in, there's always someone that comes along and finds exploits. And so it's a constant uphill battle keeping people out of your stuff. Always has been, always will be. Had to build our own. Oh, man. Don't envy you there. Do you think green energy is the way to go for mankind? Ideally, yes, but it opens up its own cans of worms. Solar has its challenges. Wind power can oftentimes end up costing more money to generate it than it's worth. Electric cars are nice, but those batteries that they put in those cars, those massive batteries, only have a certain given shelf life, and then they have to be replaced. What are we going to do with all those dead batteries? That means opening up even more landfills and having these batteries, leaking into the soil as they decay. Honestly, the cleanest power solution that we've had for years, and that's nuclear power. It's the cleanest and most efficient that we have. It's just that horror stories about Chernobyl and 3 Mile Island have kept people from embracing it, but a lot of the problems that we have right now would be resolved by putting up a bunch of nuclear plants. I mean, I'm just saying. Happy birthday, 7. Thank you, Power of Metal. Appreciate it. See you later, Joseph. What's your favorite Jack Nicholson performance? Mine is The Shining. Oh, Lord. I like The Shining, but I think a more nuanced performance from him that really kind of shows a more of a range. Because even when Jack is having his normal moments in The Shining, he still feels like he's not quite right, I like his performance in As Good as It Gets. I think that's my favorite Jack Nicholson performance. Do you like the movie The Dentist? I don't know that I've seen it. Rebecca says, happy birthday, handsome. Thank you. With all my gray and my fat, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Did you like 1,000 Ways to Die in the West? No, I did not. I liked individual moments, but overall, I didn't think it was a very good movie. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is also a really good performance, yeah. China just made a functioning fusion reactor. Is this the beginning of the fusion age? If they had mastered cold fusion, sure. If they had mastered cold fusion, but cold fusion is something that that's a nut they've been trying to crack for, 40, 50 years. Chinese mythology is cool. Chinese mythology has its own Noah's Ark myth. I don't know if you knew that or not. Its own version of it. Can you describe your experience seeing 1989 Batman for the first time? Okay. My mom and dad took me to see Batman the weekend it came out. We went to see it at the Hamilton Place 1 through 9, which was a theater inside Hamilton Place Mall that's not there anymore. They tore it down, and turned it into some other shop. And the lobby of the theater was absolutely packed. It was standing room only from people either trying to buy a ticket or trying to get their snacks. When we went into the theater, there was absolutely no seat that was empty. Every single seat was taken, and they actually violated the fire code because they sold more tickets than they had seats. So they had kids sitting on the floor in front of the screen, in front of the lowest seat in the theater, which is a fire code violation. But that they oversold tickets. They had people sitting in the aisles. It was bad. And I just remember that there were so many moments where the audience was laughing or cheering that you really only heard half of the movie. And then the movie was over. And for the first time in my memory since E.T. the Extraterrestrial, when the credits started to roll, the movie got a standing ovation. People stood up and applauded and cheered for that movie. That was my experience with Batman in 1989. 100 Ways to Die show on Spike. No, I never really watched that. One reason I don't like The Last of Us 2 is because putting politics and agenda in games, don't really play games. True. Yeah. Two-edged sword. Yeah. Did you always figure out who was behind the mask during the Scooby-Doo episodes? Well, I mean, it was often kind of obvious, so for the most part. Sam, you can't throw out auto batteries. You have to take them to a parts store and have them recycled. Yeah, but these are different kinds of batteries. These aren't standard car batteries. These are not like your little, those little car batteries that, when you go to get your battery replaced, they take the old one out and recycle it, and this is a different kind of battery. And, I just don't know, man. Obviously, I wasn't saying that you can just, take out your old car battery and drive down to the dump and dump it. I was trying to kind of simplify the process. Especially because these aren't standard car batteries like what you have in your car right now. Unless you're driving a Tesla and you already have what I'm talking about. Do you like the Blade movies? I liked the first and the second one. I didn't like the third one all that much. Aladdin on NES or Genesis, which do you prefer? The Genesis version. It looked better. It played better. Had more fluid animation. It was the better version. Yeah, Batman 1989 came out exactly when it needed to be. They waited just long enough after the failure of Superman 4 to try it. And, it was a darker take on a superhero film. It came out during a kind of a darker, cynical time of towards the end of the 80s. And it was just like pouring gasoline on fire, man. That movie just blew up the minute it came out. And it was on top for weeks, man. And that was already a big summer, 1989. There was a lot of big movies that came out that year. And Batman just came in and dominated all of them. Because, I think that was Ghostbusters 2, Indiana Jones 3, and several others that year that were big movies. But Batman just took over the whole theater scene that year. The anniversary. Did you like 300? It was okay. I didn't dislike it, but at the same time, it wasn't like my favoriteest film ever or something. Which was worse, Superman: The Quest for Peace or Batman and Superman 4? You know, at least you could sit down and watch Batman and Robin and just think of it as a reboot of the Adam West TV show. You know, Superman 4 was just bad always around. You know, the acting was bad. The only thing that was good was the recycled John Williams soundtrack. The special effects were bad. The story was bad. There was nothing good about that film except for the canned John Williams score. What's your opinion on people, including the big tech companies, leaving California? Well, you know, if they all leave California and they're the ones that voted in all the crap that made California suck, all they're going to do is move to another state and start complaining about the same crap all over again and turn that state into another California. You know, they can gripe and complain all you want. Oh, this isn't a good place to live anymore. You made it that way. By voting for the people you voted for and asking for the things that you asked for, you made California unlivable. And you're going to go to these other places and you're going to start complaining about the same things because you're a conceited, self-centered shit, and you're going to ruin that place for everybody else. You know it, I know it, and the American people know it. Anyone that leaves California to go somewhere else, for the most part, not everybody, but for the most part, if they want to know who's to blame for it, they just got to look in a mirror. Star Trek V wannabe, but it was terrible. 7th, did you like Okami? Yeah, it was a good game. What are your thoughts on 8 Crazy Nights? 8 Crazy Nights it's kind of a love-hate thing. You know, some of it I think is really funny, but the whole little Whitey character is just annoying as hell. I'm realizing I still have a lot in common with you, 7th. We were meant to be brothers. Yeah, we do have a lot in common from as far as our political views go, but biggest thing is that we grew up in 2 very different places. But we do have a lot in common, yeah. Superman 1978 or Batman 1989, which was better? It's hard to compare those two. It's hard to compare those two. Some of them are leaving for Texas. Some of them are going to Arizona, New Mexico. But they don't understand that if they're bringing the same politics with them, they're just going to turn wherever they're heading into a crap fest. They're not really escaping anything because they were the problem. You get what I'm saying? Do you think movies can return to their former success with the upcoming vaccine? I don't know, man. I don't know. That one's up in the air. I've been thinking of moving outside of the United States. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if it'd do you any good. Where are you going to go? Canada? Why do tonsil stones smell bad? Because, man, you know, your tonsils are basically filters. Okay? And so they're catching all the gunk and the bacteria. They're supposed to be catching the gunk and the bacteria, but when they can no longer process it properly, it starts to gum up in there. And then you get these little stones that are like basically concentrated nastiness. And that's why they stink. That's why I had my tonsils out when I was like 30. Because I started developing tonsil stones, and they, They tasted nasty, they smelled nasty, and my tonsils were hurting all the time. So I just got them cut out. California is going to turn into the next Detroit. Some parts of it are already there. I think Northern California is still pretty much okay, but you get down to Los Angeles, San Francisco, San Diego, Oakland. You get down in those areas, man. Mm. Mm. Do you like Star Trek: The Undiscovered Country? Very much so. Favorite Ian McDiarmid movie moment? I haven't really seen him in that much outside of this Star Wars and Sleepy Hollow are the two that come to mind. And he wasn't really in Sleepy Hollow that much. Do you remember what your first platinum was? Yeah. My first platinum trophy was X-Men Origins Wolverine. I have friends in Broadway and the show business unions. They're hurting real bad. I've donated. Please donate to them if you can. Yeah. Yeah, the entertainment industry is struggling. I mean, if you can't have an audience, how are you going to make money? How are you going to make money if you can't have an audience? Kind of hard thing to do. Anything particular you really like in Cyberpunk so far? Just the game loop. Running around accepting quests. Approaching different quests in different ways. I can go in guns blazing, or I can go in and hack some stuff, or I can go in and stealth my way through, and your typical open world RPG stuff. Union guys were always great to me. 7th will tell you I hung with them more than the Kicks guys. They gave me tons of stuff. Well, my dad was a union musician. He was with the Nashville Musicians Union. Sessions drummer. He played with a lot of the greats as a sessions drummer. They'd take him out on tour. Jerry Lee Lewis, Carl Perkins. He did some session work for Johnny Cash, I think, once. Roy Orbison. Charlie McCoy, which was one of the guys who eventually ended up on Hee Haw. So, yeah, Dad played with a lot of them. Never played with Elvis. He met Elvis, but he never played with Elvis. The Back to the Future game. I have that one, yeah. Thoughts on the Rolling Stones, especially Keith Richards. The fact that man is still alive is astounding. Never been like a huge Stones fan. They've got a couple of songs that I like, but Sympathy for the Devil and what have you. There's a few songs here and there that I like, but they've never been like one of my big faves or anything. I mean, people talk about the Beatles, and they talk about the Rolling Stones, and they talk about the Who. To be honest with you, I like Creedence Clearwater Revival better than all three of those. But that's just me. At the same time, and it's not like a Southern thing, because, I don't even like Lynyrd Skynyrd all that much. So, I learned more from them than anyone in show business. Well, yeah. I don't think people have an understanding out there of how much of this stuff actually gets done by union musicians rather than the actual band members that they hear about. There was actually a really good documentary that came out about session guitarists and session musicians I want to say it was called something like The Other Guys or something like that, and it was a documentary all about the life of being a session recording artist, and getting paid good money but not really getting credit for the work that you do, and all this kind of thing. It was a really interesting documentary. If you haven't already seen it, Jeff, I can't remember the exact name of it, but if you hadn't seen it, you'd probably like it. Seventh, I've been living under a rock, but does Cyberpunk have rendering issues when you try to travel and buildings are supposed to spawn but the game lags? I haven't experienced it on PS5. Might very well happen on PS4 and Xbox One. Nice lights on the background. Yeah, it's just a little cheap $50 star generator that I bought. Eighth has the same one in his room. Just like 2001, in a year everyone will forget and it'll be back to crap again. Yeah, it'll get shoved under the rug. It'll get shoved under the rug, just like 9/11 eventually got shoved under the rug, and they'll have some kind of a. You watch, they'll have some kind of commemoration for the people that died in 2020 of COVID. So there'll be, just like how with 9/11, they shine the lights on and they stand there at ground zero, and they read the names of everyone that died that day, with the exception of the people that took over the plane, of course. And they'll do the same. They'll do something similar for the people that died of COVID this year. They'll have some kind of a annual honorary event that's supposed to, make up for everything that's happened this year. And it's just going to be lip service. You watch. It'll happen. And it'll just be another, let's fly our flags at half staff and pretend this is about patriotism event. You watch. Yes, I'm way past the part where you get Jackie's motorcycle. Bye, rephrase. That's why I asked seventh, because I don't know how Keith Richards still exists. I don't either. I've heard, just like Jeff said, I've heard rumors that he gets all the blood drained out of his body every year and replaced with fresh blood. Just weird urban myth stuff. I think it's just that he's drank so much alcohol that he's pickled himself. And that's why he's still alive, because 99% of him is preserved. It's like when he finally passes away, the mortician ain't going to have to do crap, because there ain't no amount of formaldehyde they're going to be able to pump into him that's going to do anything more than what he's already pumped into himself. Seven, there was an old book I was wondering if you've read, but have you checked out The Time Machine by H.G. Wells? Yeah, I read that when I was in grade school. I actually am the only person that I know personally who liked the Time Machine movie that came out in like the early 2000s, the one that had the actor from Memento in it. I actually liked that movie. It was good. Yeah, Jeff was actually in New York when 9/11 happened. I was not. I've never been to New York. I can tell you where I was. I was in a high school in South Carolina, like right up the street from the beach. And I was there with one of my coworkers installing a computer learning lab at that high school. And they announced it over the loudspeakers. First, they announced that, just a plane had hit the World Trade Center, and we thought it was just like, a little prop plane, like a Cessna or something. And then we found, they kept announcing more and more details, and when they said, America is under attack, we got a call from the home office. It was like, shut everything down, get to your hotel and stay there. And so we locked up all our gear. We headed back to the hotel, and we stayed there all day just watching the news. And so that's what my 9/11 was like. Pretty mild compared to someone who was actually there when it happened. Would you recommend The Revenant? I didn't like that movie all that much. It's kind of a depressing, grim film. Have I read Journey to the Center? Yeah, I read most of H.G. Wells' books when I was in grade school. You know, Journey to the Center of the Earth, or not, Jules Verne, H.G. Wells. You know, I read a lot of that stuff. You know, I read The Time Machine, and I read Journey to the Center of the Earth, and I read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, War of the Worlds, you know, a bunch of that stuff. How far along are you in Cyberpunk? Please be vague. I've made it past the Tokyo Parade. I'm past that. And I had sex with some chick in a hovercraft. That's the last thing that happened to me. Was I boned some chick in a hovercraft. Are you excited for Guardians of the Galaxy 3? I wouldn't say I'm excited, but I want to see it. What are your thoughts on the 2017 and 2019 It films? I liked the first one, not so much the second one. And the reason being is because no matter how you try to spin it, no matter how you try to update the story and everything, the adult versions of those characters are just not as relatable and interesting as they were as children. They're just not. And plus, they changed some things, like the whole thing where they have to go around town in a scavenger hunt looking for some personal thing to sacrifice. That's not in the book. Of course, there were some things that were in the book that should have been cut out, and some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Hello, Celise. Been a long time. What do you think Sam Raimi will do with Doctor Strange? I hope he goes full on Darkman with it. You know, full on Darkman Evil Dead. I hope it's like a full on horror show with all of his, you know, weird camera angles and zooms and the whole thing. Are you looking forward to Halloween Kills? No. Seventh, why no one at Sega did not tell them if it isn't broke, don't fix it? What happened with Sega was because Sega of Japan were conflicting with what Sega of America wanted to do. So it was for the most part, it was a managerial failure. I love Darkman and I love Evil Dead. You know, he mixes those in and throws Doctor Strange in. That'll be a fun time. Do you like Christopher Judge as Kratos? Yeah, I think he did a good job. And I understand why they went with him because, you know, this was supposed to be older, more mellow Kratos. Not to discredit the previous actor who voiced him, but, you know, they wanted someone with a little bit more range, I guess. What was your least favorite animated Disney film? Oh, Lord. Home on the Range. I hate Home on the Range. That movie is nails on the chalkboard of my brain. I hate that movie. Bill Goldberg should be Kratos. Bill Goldberg, he's kind of somewhat limited in his acting ability. Tremendous athlete, not so great actor. 7th, I like those Nintendo consoles sitting there looking all cool, haha. Yep, you got your NES top loader, your Super Nintendo, your GameCube, green N64. Yup. 7th, a good one. How do you feel about how Sony has done in promoting the PS5 in a real 7th retrospective? You know what I mean. I haven't really liked the commercials that's 5. I mean, it's not as bad as those PS3 Devil Baby commercials when the PS3 launched. Holy shit. But they still haven't been great, you know? And they need to just show the games, man. And instead, it's like they kind of wanted to mix a little bit of that power to the players crap that they were doing with the PS4. Kind of wanted to mix some of that with some of the surreal crap from the PS3 promotions, and it just didn't work for me at all. I haven't liked any of their commercials that they've done for PS5 so far. Not a bit. My favorite PS3 commercials, or my favorite PlayStation commercials in general, were the ones where they sent Crash Bandicoot to New York, to Nintendo headquarters, and he was trolling them with a megaphone. I liked those, and I liked the ones with the PlayStation 3 manager guy. I can't remember the name of the character, but he was like this office dude, and he would give all these funny speeches and stuff, and he actually showed up at one of the E3 Sony presentations to give this big gamer speech, you know, and it had people cracking up. I can't remember the name of the character, but I loved those commercials because it gave a face to PlayStation. And that's one of the things that people have kind of stepped away from is having an actual butler. Well, Nintendo doing the DMCA